rust out.
I'll have it for you.
All right, cool. I think I have everything except for my water, but I'll just go get that whenever we go on first break. Anyway, hi there. Hello, hello, hello. How's everyone doing? It's a Monday. That's always the worst day of the week, admittedly. But, on here, it can be a good day of the week. How about that? There we go. Oh, wow, that's working properly. Oh my God, when things work. Anyway, hi there. Let's do the intro. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening whenever you might be watching this. My name is Josh, and welcome to my channel. On here, we talk news, politics, and current events. And it's a Monday. It's the 13th of February. It's 2023. We have UFOs. We have Ohio is burning from all sorts of toxic waste. It's just a smorgasbord here on Earth today. But yeah, how's everyone doing? Like I said, I forgot my water. That's the only thing I actually forgot, but that's fine. Eventually we'll go on a first break and I'll just grab my water then. Or unless my throat gets super dry, in which case then I might pop out to grab water so I can continue talking. Anyway, okay, so today I just kind of want to we're just going to kind of catch up with a few things. Obviously we have UFOs in the sky, so that's cool. And then kind of want to watch a few videos on the train derailment clusterfuck. And then, yeah, we'll just kind of keep it moving through the other topics. Yeah, let's just get started. I don't really have a whole lot of setup or anything. Let's just bop right into it, shall we? All right, let's see.
High-speed jets patrolling the skies close to one of America's Great Lakes in Michigan on Sunday. Captured by a local from his back garden and posted on social media after news that for the third time in as many days, the U.S. had spotted and shot down an unidentified object, this time in the skies above Lake Huron.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The U.S.
Yeah, so everyone has been saying it's Chinese spy plane balloons. That's what I thought we all came to this. I thought we all came to this understanding that it was Chinese spy balloons. But at the same time, everyone online has been going on about UFOs. So I'm not even sure what to think right now.
Discoveries in the sky above Alaska on Friday, and then the Yukon Territory in Canada on Saturday. Both those objects were also shot down, but where they came from or what their purpose was has not yet been disclosed.
They didn't have a giant flag on them?
They were both balloon-like objects.
It's hit.
Huh.
It's going down.
Just like the massive Chinese spy balloon that was shot down off the coast of South Carolina on February the 4th.
What's gone on the last, 2 weeks or so, 10 days, has been nothing short of craziness. And the military needs to have a plan to not only determine what's out there, but determine the dangers that go with it.
While recovery efforts for the Chinese balloon are still underway, the U.S. has said definitively that it was part of a massive global surveillance operation by Beijing covering at least 40 countries. And while it's still too early to say where the three latest objects came from, aerospace experts like Major General Scott Clancy say if it looks like surveillance and smells like surveillance.
This is not Bob and his balloon in the backyard, that's
naturally
floating these things around. This is a level of technology or innovative technology that is not indicative of a private company or someone else. It's indicative of that which a nation state would have.
I'm sorry, but maybe I'm definitely not caught up on my aerospace technology, but what's I failed to see what's so crazy about the balloon technology. It's like a balloon, it's there to surveil. At least from a technological standpoint, it doesn't seem all that crazy. I mean, the idea that you would put any kind of aerial surveillance technology all across the world like that seems a lot more ballsy than anything. But I don't know, the technology didn't look all that. Oh, goodness. Didn't look all that impressive. I mean, I don't know.
This to me is the concerted effort of an organization that is attempting to garner significant information.
China said today that America was simply using missiles to hype the situation and claimed America employed exactly the same surveillance tactics.
Ah, yes.
仅去年以来，美方高空。
Since last year, US high altitude balloons have illegally flown over China's airspace more than 10 times. The US should first reflect on itself and change course rather than smear others and instigate confrontation.
Not a smear, said the White House today. It's simply a fact. It claimed that the Chinese balloon was trying to spy on America.
There is no question in our minds that that system was designed to surveil, that was an intelligence asset. I'll leave it there.
But the same cannot be said of the 3 mystery objects shot down by the US military.
Right, so these are
over
like
the
different.
Weekend.
Okay, that's
They've
what
ruled out extraterrestrials. That much we do know.
son of a bitch.
But what they were, their purpose, and who owned them is yet to be determined.
Well, let's speak now to Gregory Falco, an aerospace
this
security
guy.
expert at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, who also advises the
Ugh, Baltimore, fucking disgusting. Also, isn't this the guy who got like kicked off an interview with Robert Downey Jr. back in the day? I recognize this guy's face.
U.S. Homeland Security Department. Is this really brand new? Have we not seen these sorts of things before?
Yeah, great question. That's what I want to know.
Absolutely not. We definitely see these things all the time. It's not always in public image, and we also don't always have such a big response to them. However, this is not uncommon background espionage activities that we see across nation states.
And why do you think they seem to care so much more about a balloon than a spy satellite?
Got the public image. That's one part of it. This is also something that's a little unusual to, again, have such public attention drawn to.
I guess it's out in the open,
a rather large balloon, which is something that we often don't see a heck of a lot of. And it's very interesting to be able to have this discourse. We're now seeing multiple of them over time as part of a hybrid satellite network architecture, which is what we're probably experiencing with all these balloons right now.
Right, so what do you think the purpose of these balloons is? I mean, what can they do that you can't do from higher up?
Well, they can hover, which is kind of interesting, right? We can have some autonomous navigation so that they're able to stay in one place and look at get high radar collective information at a very specific point in time. They're also able to relay data in a way that we can't have for satellite communication. And so I think the imagery, we're not going to get because it's lower imagery on these systems than we would on a satellite. However, we could be able to do better triangulation of communication assets and perhaps do slightly better eavesdropping on certain signals.
And does the US and other Western allies use them as well, or is this just a Chinese thing?
Oh, absolutely. This is done by all, let's call it first world top tech nation states as part of espionage activities.
So how do they get launched?
Well, they're usually launched from major ground stations and launch facilities. Yeah, as you see, this is quite a big structure. And so there is a lot of hypotheses going on right now about where this one actually originated or where the series of them originated. China does have what they call climate ground stations and locations outside of China. So, for example, in the Svalbard Islands, in Iceland, they have locations where they're doing satellite monitoring from. It's not totally unreasonable for us to think that maybe they launched them from a closer site, but also since they have autonomous navigation, maybe they did come all the way from China here.
I mean, presumably they could also be used for just sort of political mischief rather than surveillance. I mean, you know, if it's obviously really winding up the Americans, then you might decide to send
that would be us,
more.
Sir. We are the Americans.
Absolutely, it's possible, but we also do know that there has been a campaign over the past year or so that China has been trying to do mass surveillance of a whole bunch of different countries, not just the U.S., using these high altitude platforms. And balloons are just one of a number of these different high altitude assets that they're probably engaging.
So far, the operations to destroy these things seem to be very sophisticated and extremely expensive. Is that entirely necessary?
Probably not. The reality is that you can pop these balloons in a relatively simple way. You also don't need these very expensive missile systems to demonstrate that show of force for these balloons. In fact, if you were to just shoot the balloons, you'd be able to have the balloon go down in altitude more slowly, and then perhaps be able to preserve the payloads better so that you can do more reverse engineering on those objects. So I think that the missiles that have been used to down these assets have been definitely a show of force and political pressure being placed on the Defense Department.
So it's not that the balloons are too high up for aircraft?
No, in fact, we've seen images now of U.S. aircraft flying alongside the balloons, and obviously these U.S. aircraft have weapon systems on them, and they're able to down these balloons by other means.
Right. And I mean, when do you think we...
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't the wasn't it basically the essentially it was like, oh, do we fire a rocket at it, or do we like fly up close next to it? Whoever's driving the plane can just pop open the top. We give them a standard issue military needle, and they just right in the center there. They went with the missile one. It's a little easier, a little safer, but like, you can preserve your munitions.
Know a little bit more about what these other,
at least one way,
UFOs are.
I think that the U.S., while I can't speak for what the U.S. is thinking in terms of timing, I think that we're trying to have a very good sense of exactly what's going on so we can share that information with the public. It's not something that's a very cut and dry answer right now without having done the full reconnaissance on those missions.
I mean, what else could they be?
They're surveillance balloons, right? These are radar systems, part of the hybrid communication architecture for relaying data from the U.S. back to China.
Wow. Interesting. So yeah, I mean, I think I saw somebody in chat came by at some point, some rando, and was doing the left doesn't care about, or are you okay with communist balloons over America? They're surveillance balloons. The big question is, what the fuck? Why would you fly them low enough that civilians can see? Because you have to figure that the U.S. military is going to immediately be like, oh, if our civilian population can see, then we're going to need to we're going to need to show some force. We're going to need to show some good old American explosive power to reassure people that we got it all under control. So I don't know, it's a weird situation. I kind of just wanted to check to see what was going on with it, but bit odd to say the least. But from air, we now must talk about land. I believe this actually happened because a caller called in the Majority Report last week talking about this, I think midweek. So if I remember correctly, this all took place about mid last week in the town of, I believe it was New Palestine. Let me double check to make sure. It was New Palestine or East Palestine. East Palestine, I was right. In East Palestine, where a train basically derailed and flew off the tracks and is now pumping toxic elements into the air, obviously into the surrounding the surrounding water sources, all sorts of stuff. So let's kind of take a look. I saw some pictures. It's pretty kind of crazy, but yeah, let's keep in mind, let's all remember that this happens in February, and in December of last year, Joe Biden and his administration stepped in between negotiations between railway workers and the company and the ownership and the workers in the company and the rail companies stepped in to basically stop negotiations and force workers into a deal that they did not agree to, and one that was not to their liking and not to their advantage. So keep that in mind. And Joe Biden, even later, would go on to talk about how much of a pro-union president he was. So keep that in mind when we watch all of this. These are direct results of of Biden's failed policy in this case. We don't know all the facts yet in terms of what caused this and everything else, but what we do know is over the last couple of years, the rail companies have cut workers. They've increased hours for the workers they have, and have basically been trying to run as close as they can to a skeleton crew, because at the end of the day, that's, you know, the less staff you have, but if you're getting the same amount of work done, it's a lot bigger profit margins for you. And in pursuit of that, we now have Ohio, citizens of Ohio, of East Palestine, now, beset upon by toxic chemicals, not just in their water, but also in their air now. So let's go take a look. And then
We're still concerned about a lot of things out here. They're worried about the air and also the water, not just for themselves, but also for their animals.
Oh, that's Pennsylvania too.
Adamant about getting independent testing done.
What's going to happen, moving forward, we're just going to have to keep testing, and
Kindred Spirits Rescue Ranch is only about a 10-minute drive from East Palestine. They just brought nearly 80 animals back to the property after evacuating.
we did have an independent study done on the air quality, and the air quality is fine here.
Now they're working on getting their water tested.
My biggest concern is actually, the water at this point, and what might be, in the soil.
It comes right straight from East Palestine.
Leslie Run flows through Kathy Reese's backyard in Negley, Ohio. Her biggest concern is also the water after seeing dead fish in it. A representative with the Ohio EPA
That's
says
the border
they're aware
right
of
there.
this,
That's
but people
Pennsylvania.
don't need to worry. The water is safe, they
Like,
say.
Don't tell me it's safe. Something's going on if the fish are floating in the creek.
In the meantime, Kathy
oh
said
man, the fish are floating in the creek. Sorry, I've just heard that before from people from my grandparents' hometown. Man, American dialects, man.
she's using bottled water and paper plates, and Lisa is prepared to truck in water if she needs to.
We have called the number to have our well tested. We haven't heard anything back yet. We were told that we'd have to wait until they know what to test for. So,
also keep in mind, I want everyone to also kind of recognize, like, the issues and the the rights of citizens to have access to clean water, something that's a pretty basic necessity in surviving in 2023. These were the exact same issues that indigenous groups came out to protest against during the, I believe it was the Keystone XL pipeline. Because whenever you put any of these pipelines in, right, you're running them through all sorts of, through the ground, through territory. When there are spills, and there, these things happen, like spills, breakages, all this stuff. Whenever you're doing any of this, mechanical infrastructure or pumping oil through pipelines that go through multiple states and whatnot, like when there are breakages of that, the oil's got to go somewhere. Usually it ends up going into the closest water source if it's near one. And when it does that, what does it do? It infects your water. Then you're drinking poisoned water. Your kids are getting sick. You're developing long-term health side effects because of that. And only decades later do you find out the actual cause of why you have asthma, why you have, why you might have, I don't know, whatever other, I don't know what water-based diseases, scurvy, I don't fucking know. But like, you don't find out about any of this shit until like the pipeline's been there for years. Thousands, if not millions of people have been exposed to unsafe drinking water. And, the company has, first of all, was allowed to be put, was allowed to dig, was allowed to build pipelines on land given the go-ahead by the federal government against citizens in that area's concerns. And usually they turn around and they're not held liable because, and by the time they even are, what does it matter? They're gonna what? Give you a couple, maybe $100,000, maybe cover some of your medical bills afterwards. They've already made millions, if not billions, on the extraction and transportation of that oil. the end of the day, it's they don't care. Like, whoever this railway company is, they're not going to give a shit about any of this. The people who live in these towns, the people who live in these localities are going to be living with the possible effects of this for decades to come, right? For years, if not decades. And this company, at the end of the day, what's going to happen? What? They're going to get a slap on the wrist. They're going to, the local government is going to, make a big show of it. Maybe the state of Ohio sues for what, a couple $1 million in damages. Meanwhile, they've already made all of that back in the preceding time with none of the changes to the way that they operate that will prevent this sort of thing to happen in the future. Like, these are the things where it's like, if you don't fix the system, then you're just allowing, you're going to have this problem come up. There's just going to be another case of some other railway or some other pipeline or whatever it might be, polluting our water sources, polluting the ground, polluting the land in which people live in and near. And, they've got their profits. They don't give a shit. They've already made more than enough money than they're ever going to have to pay back to society. So this is why you need these kinds of systemic changes. This is why Biden is another example of why Biden should have never stepped in to that railway dispute. Absolutely. This is I'm okay with saying this is partially on him and his administration.
That's kind of what we're waiting on.
Thanks for watching our YouTube
Oh
channel.
yeah, absolutely. They're gonna do the They're gonna do the usual. No, not that one. The usual. What is it? The pretty standard, like, oh, we're sorry. We're really sorry. Like that's all that's gonna end up coming from this. Like they're not gonna give a shit. Oh, what? Oh wait, I know what to do. There we go. Is it Norfolk Southern? Yeah. Let's see. Let's take a look. East Palestine update. Due to road closure within East Palestine, we have moved the Family Assistance Center to center is open. Yeah, like assistance. East Palestine Norfolk has established a Family Assistance Center to address needs of the community. Additionally, we're supporting the efforts of the Red Cross and their temporary shelters to a $25,000 donation. Understand, all of this, like, this is going to cost them 25 grand. Which they probably already made on the transportation of like the next batch of things that they're going to be moving through the country, like, and like hazardous materials and shit. Shoreline terminal provides, yeah, like, ugh. Disgusting. Fucking disgusting. Fucking disgusting. This is like, again, like, when was this? February 2nd? I don't know when all this shit happened. Oh, this is on the 4th? Yeah, like, understand, these guys, this is the picture of the guys who are going to make money, who are going to make vast sums of money while paying just a little pittance to help the people who are now going to be drinking infected water. This is they took this picture as like let's take a picture, guys. Let's take a fun little picture so we can memorialize the moment of us walking down the hallway, making deals, making bucks, making millions. Meanwhile, people are like dying, getting sick, probably going to have like years worth of medical bills due to onset like damages from drinking the water, breathing in the air that they're polluting right now. And they're never going to find out. They're never going to get around to it. It'll never make it to their desk. Like, and it just decided the bigwigs in Norfolk Southern who prevented maintenance and cut crew down nothing should face real jail time. Yes, 200% right, and then also 500% right. Absolutely should be facing jail time, all the rest of that shit. But yeah, not much is gonna happen. They'll be fine. Yeah, I think I heard about this also. I guess some reporter got arrested. What the fuck? I don't even know what the fuck they're arresting him for. Broadcast reporter was pushed to the ground, handcuffed, and arrested for trespassing Wednesday while covering a news conference about what? The derailment of the train carrying toxic chemicals in Ohio. Jesus Christ. Are these cops? Oh yeah, I think they're like sheriffs. Which also has to make you wonder, like, what the fuck are the cops or any of like the local PD, like, why the fuck would they even be interested in like covering for this fucking company? Wait, what is that? Mark DeWine? I saw something. Okay, Mark DeWine is giving an update. Pay for some Congress critters. Yeah. They'll pay for a fucking community library or like a community fucking water treatment plant that like the taxpayers are gonna still have to fund all of its staffing. News Nation's bureau chief called arrests infuriating and yeah. Jesus Christ. This looks like my school actually. Like this looks almost exactly like my school. Unrelated, but like the corner and the edge. Interesting. Columbia County Sheriff's Office administrated that the arrest was made by officers from East Palestine. Yeah, what the fuck you guys? Fuck the yeah. Message seeking comment from the department was not immediately returned. Naturally. Yo, yo. Okay. This is, you know, I like, yo, look at this fucking. Why? How is this reporter like twice the size of the cops in this local town? Like, if you'd asked me, like, oh, who's the cops? Who's the reporter? I would have guessed one of these small fry motherfuckers. This dude's fucking huge. Jesus.
You guys are distracting from what the governor needs to tell the
It is literally my job to do that.
Why are you arresting
Watch your wall.
Why are you arresting Evan? He's a
Jesus Christ. Okay, I want to check out a much more new media source of this. As much as I haven't been the biggest fan all the time on this channel on this platform of breaking points. Usually they cover stuff like this with pretty good responsibility. So I want to take a look at this.
John Russell is the author of the Holler Substack, and he joins us now. Great to see you, sir.
Good to see you, man.
Hey, thanks for having me on. Good to be here.
Yeah, our pleasure. Let's go ahead and put your latest piece up on the screen here. The headline is Railroaded, the Norfolk Southern Disaster in East Palestine, Ohio, Part 1. Rail workers warned us about a preventable disaster like this. And before we jump into the latest, just so people know a little bit of your background, you're from this area.
Oh, really? Where rail workers warned us about it? Really? Oh, man, who could have seen that coming?
Born and raised, you live close by. You also have, you're an independent journalist, but you're also a man of the people. You're a dive bar bartender. So you hear a lot from local folks. And I wanted to have you on because you have a real full picture
if you can link it, I'll watch it.
The local community and what
I'm sure there have. I haven't been on Reddit.
So first, just give everybody who maybe hasn't been following this disaster that closely, what exactly happened and where are we now?
Yeah, this is a very small rural community on the eastern border of Ohio and Pennsylvania. And what happened, of course, was a catastrophic derailment. You've seen pictures of the explosion. News media and officials are deeming it a controlled release. Norfolk Southern had a train derail in this town. I think the really interesting angle here is the corporate practice, something called precision scheduled railroading. That could definitely have contributed to an axle failure, which is what happened on this train, which is what caused the derailment. It's directly related to a corporate practice that is cutting the training and the maintenance and inspection of these trains that are rolling through tiny towns like mine, with less safety measures and crew attending to the chemicals that they're carrying. So obviously that backfired, and we have an ecological disaster on our hands. Right where I grew up.
Yeah, and so right now we've got a quote controlled release of toxic chemicals.
The most disgraceful part about that is controlled release.
Claims everything's fine. People can come back. Yeah, I mean, just look
at that. What the fuck is that?
Quote unquote.
Yeah, people are saying that
what the fuck?
Pets are dying. That people in the air are suffering symptoms. What's the official narrative, and then what are people on the ground?
Bro, this looks like some shit off of fucking Chernobyl or something. This looks like some fucking Michael Bay Transformers looking shit. What the fuck? Like, controlled? What's controlled about this?
Around actually seeing and thinking.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so the official narrative that comes out of this, I think, is a worthwhile thing to talk about. this area of the country is highly industrialized. We are used to industrial accidents. We are used to large companies coming in and extracting our wealth. That has been the story of this area for a long, long time. So the official narrative in the press is really focused on how much cancer we're all going to get from this and when. I think that we should be asking the question, why did this derailment happen? Why are we subjected to the chemicals that were released from this? And when you talk to workers on the railroad, it's pretty easy to piece together that a story of corporate negligence. Norfolk Southern, because of implementing the practices that cut training, that cut maintenance, that cut inspections on rail cars, have caught the axle that failed in this case. Because they've done all of those things, they've been able to amass immense profits. I mean, they did $10 billion in stock buybacks last year, right? So a lot of the press
of course they did, because of course they fucking did. Let's like make this really fucking clear too. This is the shit that I can't fucking stand. When I hear people talk about how like the accumulation of capital under the capitalist system will always deliver the best product to the customer. No, the fuck it won't. Why? Who could possibly think this when we have stuff like we have stock buybacks as a legal system, as a legal possibility for people? Like, why would you ever spend money on investing in your company's infrastructure, in its employment practices, in literally any other like reproductive process, when you could just spend the money paying yourself high wages, pumping your stock by constantly having your executives buy the stock? And guess what? You know, Norfolk, what the fuck is it called? I'm like so annoyed by this. I fucking hate stock buybacks. It's like Norfolk, whatever the fuck. Norfolk Southern. Like, anybody who, any of these executives understand, they already have in a contract that they will get a golden parachute if this company goes under. So they don't even give a fuck if everything falls apart, if like as a company they just gone or whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. They're gonna get a golden parachute. They're gonna sell all of their stock for profit. We're gonna tax it at like almost nothing, since you know all of it's been accumulated over time. We're only going to get one crack at collecting taxes for it, which then they'll probably hide it somewhere in the Cayman Islands or some shit. But like the idea that you would like invest in your company infrastructure when instead you could just invest in stock buybacks and make a fuck ton of money off of it, and who gives a shit about what happens afterward because nobody's allowed to hold you accountable. Like, yeah, no shit, of course they're gonna do that. Like, what the fuck do you need to deliver you know, in a world where you can just, where you're paid through stock, and stock is only determined by like the perception of its value. No shit that you do not have any whatsoever need or care about the quality of your product, about the service that you're giving to your customers. You don't have to give a shit about any of that stuff. Like, and this is what happens when all the money is accumulated at the top as well, because they're gonna look out for for their interests. If this railway was controlled by workers the way I would like it, certainly they'd be training people well. Certainly they'd be enacting changes so that they all get sick time, so they all get paid well, that the company functions, because their way of living is based on working for this company, which means they need it to grow when it can grow, and when it can't, they can then react to those kind of movements of the market. But like, Jesus Christ, yeah, like no shit, they don't give a fuck. Like, of course they just bought their own fucking stock and are pumped it up, and they're, you know, they'll make some, you know, their CEO or COO will probably leave because they'll be like, oh, this is a really bad moment for us executive class members. So they'll just leave, and then, you know, they'll take their golden parachute, go fuck around in another company, buy their stock, do the exact same thing. Like, fucking Jesus Christ.
The chemicals that have been released,
absurd.
And not how Norfolk Southern made a ton of money and left the chance open for a catastrophe like this to happen. When we talk to a lot of people on the ground in the area, they're just looking to go back to their normal life. But that is a hard thing to be focused on here, because the long-term effects of this kind of release of chemicals aren't going to be known for a very long time.
Yeah, and the particular chemical that there's a lot of concerns around is vinyl chloride. It's described as a colorless compound. It's also
Fuck
a
it,
known
we'll
human
listen to that while
carcinogen,
doing that.
can be deadly if it's inhaled. And as Sagar indicated, there were some local reports of chickens dying, fish turning up dead in the stream, other animals that were ill, and human beings who also felt like they had headache. They could still smell these chemicals even days after the release, and even after officials said, "Oh, it's all good, it's all safe, nothing to see here." I think an important context to John and what you really bring is, this is the part of the country that used to be sort of, very solidly blue, a lot of labor union presence, a lot of sort of like muscle memory for the Democratic Party. And it's the region of the country, and I know this because I used to live there, that has moved the furthest to the right the fastest. So this is sort of like the epicenter of the Trump populist revolt. And so there's a lot of mistrust, I would say, at this point of authorities and officials. So when people are hearing from the government, it's all good, you can go home, there's not going to be any problem, we took care of it, are they believing that?
I would say no. I would say no, they're not. But we're used to this kind of corporate playbook. I mean, look at this. Here's another great way to think about this. This part of the country also was hit very, very hard by the opioid epidemic. I mean, I graduated with 55 kids in my high school class. My connection to East Palestine, I used to go up to their homecomings.
It's a small ass
rural
fucking
county like this. A lot of the kids know each other. But even in a small high school, I had more than 10 friends pass from the opioid epidemic. When we saw pushes for accountability of companies that are here making a ton of profit,
fucking
sticking.
Honest to God, this is the picture of fucking neoliberalism. Like, I'm sorry, but it just is. Like, when you consistently like pull all of your resources out of your own country because you want like cheaper consumer goods that are, let's be honest, of lower quality. Like, this is what you get. You fucking skeletonize like entire sections of the country in the hopes that like consumers can buy cheaper goods, and manufacturers or any of like clothing clothing brands, department stores, any of them can buy cheap shit from China. Like, and then you have shit like this, like industry fucking just disappears
from seeking that much profit. The playbook is always the same. You hear, industry line that comes out in the initial news reports, and then these companies worth billions and billions of dollars. Nobody faces jail time for addicting a part of the country to pills. Nobody will face jail time for a train that derails because of profit-seeking practices that's foreclosed on maintenance. Usually what you see
most they'll do like we're gonna do better
money hand over fist
here at Norfolk Southern. We're raising the bar.
These kinds of things happen from the profits that they made. So I think once again this is just more from the corporate playbook. In another tragic story for this part of the country.
Yeah, I mean, this part of the country has just been
like the idea that you would see this as a president of the United States and not immediately be on the phone and be like, hey, so you just like fucked an entire like possibly like 2 states, like you just fucked like an entire town in one state and are now putting like the water viability on the line of another state. Guess what? Get ready to be fucking nationalized. You are now property of the United fucking States. Like, the idea that isn't even in the playbook, that Biden, like one of the most powerful people in the world, would not swing that fucking mallet and be like, guess what? You fuck up, you do some shit like this, you're gonna be ours going forward. Like what's the consequences then? Oh, a fine. Whoa, like fucking A, they already made 8 to 12 times whatever that fine was. If anything, the fine is probably already factored into their fucking profit margin, or their fucking profit projections, I should say.
Like collateral damage for endless corporate greed and total lack of accountability. And I think you're right that it's, exactly the same playbook that you see unfolding here. John, thank you so much for taking the time. Everybody go and subscribe to his fantastic Substack, The Holler, which gives you a wonderful look at life in this region. And also there are a lot of broader national implications here. And John's always in touch with the labor community there too, which is something we care a lot about. Thank you so much for your time today.
What the fuck?
Yep, thanks for having us on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, our pleasure.
Oh, what a fun show today. I think depressing now, right? I don't have to talk about that. We're going to stick on a couple of those stories. UFOs, of course, because we've had a lot.
What is this? Why is this video so long, but they're not still talking about the same topic? Either way, I don't... Okay. Yeah, I'm happy with... Stop. I'm happy with that, but oh my god, Jesus fucking Christ. I can't believe that. That's fucking insane. Like,
Our streams.
oh yeah, I forgot I put this to slow down a bit.
Fish, 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 fish. This is only along one side.
Why does it still sound like it's slowed down?
That
Oh, because I never hit the button.
Safely walk the water without
And now I sped it up. Just go to normal, please. Okay, there we go.
No, I came out on
What
the other
the
side of this bridge. I just walked you through underneath it. Those are your barriers, sand barrier they have. Here's more. Just hanging out. There's one out in the water. But you can see there's just fish dead. Hanging out everywhere. Now, this is the top side of their barrier. Leslie Run, people. Leslie Run.
I don't know who I'm assuming that's a place, not a person. Carcinogenic vinyl chloride, Jesus. Like, this is also the thing. Didn't they take like super fucking long to like tell everybody what the fuck they were transporting to? Like, the idea that we would have as a public no fucking clue what was even being transported across our state lines, like on either side, like, fucking jeez. No, there are going to be a lot of people. Yeah, exactly. Precisely. Yeah. I mean, that's, and you know what? They'll probably pay for what? Like, they'll pay some like charity or some like local fund. They'll like, you know, pay them a couple, you know, maybe $100,000 to fix what? 10 people, a few people, to like cover some of it. By the time any of the consequences of this roll around, they're gonna be long gone. They're gonna be out of here. Like that's the fucking sick part. And it should be our government who fucking keeps these people, holds these people accountable. But of course, they're not gonna do it. Like, Christ away. Yeah, I know, Republicans. Okay. Jesus. Like, no, they really don't. Okay, let me go grab safe drinking water really quick. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. I'm just thirsty. Dem scare? Fuck no. The problem is, okay, before I go do that, the problem with the Democratic Party at the end of the day is that like they are the party of fucking half measure. They're the party of not changing the system. They're the party of what if we just like nibble around the edges? What if we just like fix this or that very specific but very small micro symptom and never solve the actual like systemic problem? Like instead of solving policing in America, what if we just like target some cities on maybe the coasts or maybe here or there individual ones, and I don't know, have like a, you know, try to promote having like a black chief of police or something instead of fucking reevaluating the system of policing that we would have. You know, like same with like, as a good example, same with like their stance on like gerrymandering and everything else. Instead of advocating for what's the word I'm looking for nonpartisan map drawers, you know, they simply do like Republicans are playing unfair and we're the party of hitting highs, so we're not gonna let them do that and we're gonna hold them accountable. Like, how about this? Why don't you just pass a law so nobody can fucking gerrymander anymore? Why don't you, I don't know, like you constantly fight about like Obamacare, about the ACA. Why don't you just, I don't know, fucking propose a public option? But no, they've always said, Biden went up there last time and was like, I support a public option, and as we need to hold on to the ACA and all the rest of this shit. Meanwhile, 3 years later, I think it's we're 3 years in now. 3 years later, we don't have a public option. They haven't done anything on fucking policing. Like, fucking Christ, like they're always they're just not capable. Sadly, they're just not capable of not just countering Republicans' very active and very what's the word, like for all I can say about Republicans, they're fucking monsters. But like, if nothing else, they say what they want to do and they get it fucking done. Like, at the end of the day, they are trying to get the things they got done. They got Roe v. Wade fucking repealed. So it's like, you know, are they doing everything? Of course not, because most of the culture war issues they don't actually care about. What they actually care about is defunding Social Security, defunding Medicare, handing over as much of government infrastructure over to corporations so that we can live in like a cyberpunk 2077 world where everything's run by fucking corpos and nobody has access to any healthcare unless you have money. Like that's at the end of the day the future that they really want, you know? Like, that's also what we want to hear, but when it comes down to the vote, yeah, I mean they're bought by billionaires. I remember there was a there's a saying, I think Cenk Uygur of like the Young Turks has said it, and I think it's probably the most apt way to explain it. At the end of the day, the Republicans are the Harlem Globetrotters, the Democrats are the Washington Generals. It's just kind of how it works out. They're always set up and they're always coming in with the expectation that while they might put up a fight and while they might challenge Republicans, they will, in the end, never really win on important issues, especially when it's issues of, especially when it's things that moneyed interests are behind. Like, all the social justice stuff, all the trans rights, all the rest of the stuff, they're fine with, because at the end of the day, trans people are consumers like everybody else. But when it comes to, your right to not get robocalls, when it comes to your right to not have your water polluted by fucking railway companies carrying hazardous materials, when it's your right to not be spied on by all the corpos constantly following you through cookies and everything else on the internet. Nope, none of those things is what they're interested in. It's only just the stuff that their donors have no problem with, like the gays. Sure, the gays, as long as you can buy something, then the corpos will be fine with you as long as you buy their fucking products. As much as Republicans tend to think that, like, oh well, this and that corporation is woke. This and that corporation isn't woke the same way the NFL isn't woke. None of them are woke. They all just chase profits. And guess what? There's a lot of people with liberal values, and it's why that they cater to those liberal values to make money. If they didn't, they'd cater to conservatives. But conservatives spend less money and overall are a lot smaller part of the population. But either way, anyway, water, I'll be back. Just hang tight for a minute. Much better. Much easier. Okay, cool. Anyway, so, God, fucking American politics, I swear. Most of it always just kind of feels like it feels like you're punching at waves, you know? But that's what you got to do these days. Okay, so speaking of Democrats and speaking of Republicans, I want to watch an ad from our patron saint, Bernard. Mainly because I guess he put out an ad going against Republicans who have been trying to cut Social Security and Medicare for decades, if not since its inception. So I kind of want to see, you know, I don't know if he's going to be running. Like, the word on the street, I think, is that, like, he's not, which, I mean, look, the guy's old. He's been around the block. I love the guy. I love Bernie. But, like, I don't know, man. I don't. Part of me is kind of like somebody else needs to step up to take that banner to kind of be the next, be the next, like, person. No, the DNC screwed. Oh, absolutely. The DNC fucked him on both those runs. Not to say that somebody with his politics can't win. I think there is as much as they do have a stranglehold over that, over their primary, we as leftists only need to win but once, because after that it will show Democratic voters that you can absolutely win. You can absolutely win with strong leftist values, that you don't have to play to the center. But somebody needs to fill that. I feel like that could be and should be Nina Turner. But, you know, that's one of those where it's like, if she wants to run, if she's really ready, you know, there's a lot that goes into that. We still have a little bit of time to figure that out. We don't know if they're going to do a primary. They should absolutely do a primary, just on the basis of, like, I think voters have a right to decide if they want to stick with Biden. Like, I certainly, let me tell you right now, I certainly do not want to see Biden-Harris against, DeSantis and God knows who, or even Trump and God knows who. Because I feel like regular normie voters are going to look at the state of the country and, like I feel like they're going to look at it and they're going to go, okay, Trump for 4 years wasn't great, right? It wasn't great. But if you're a normie, you're probably thinking, but it wasn't awful either. Since Biden became president, what happened? Gas prices went up. This whole railway explosion thing happened. We got, like, fucking we got UFOs flying all over the fucking place. Like, I feel like the normie voter will be like, you know, we gave Trump a shot, wasn't crazy about it. We, like, actively were like, nah, we got to go to Biden. And, like, $5 eggs too, yeah. Like, people be like, but, like, things didn't get that much better under Biden. So, you know? And I feel like you're going to have liberals who just don't show up because they're going to just be like, I mean, Bernard. No, wait. Do you mean Bernie or Bernard? I want Bernie. I love Bernie. I'm talking about, like, in a scenario of Joe and Harris versus Trump and whoever the fuck, I don't know, Marjorie Taylor Greene or whoever. But like I feel like they're gonna look at it and go, like, nothing really changed under Biden. Things stayed about the same. Bad, maybe, like, you know, a 5% increase of good things happen in a normie's mind under Biden after Trump, right? So they're gonna do the calculus of, like, if it's gonna be shades of gray of difference between Biden and Trump, then guess what? Normies and liberals are just gonna not really show up that much because they're just gonna be like, not really much changed. Not a whole lot is at stake. Granted, I mean, there is a lot at stake, especially if you're in the trans community. But again, that's not normies. Whereas Bernie, on the other hand, or somebody with Bernie's politics, I think could come in and actually, like, shake things up and make an argument for why left-wing politics, not just in the primaries, but obviously in the general, are the way forward, and really contrast themselves. Like, the best way to win an election, if the two choices that you've always been given are fucking gray and slightly more gray, is if somebody gives you like fucking, I don't know, like Robin's Egg Blue. Like, you're like, holy shit, Robin's Egg Blue, I haven't had that yet. I've only had fucking gray and more gray. Like, amazing. Like, give me that. Give me something else to look forward to. So like that's my hope. But again, we need somebody to step into that. I don't know, like, if Bernie decides to run, I'll support him 5,000%. I don't give a fuck. Love me some Bernie. But in, like, if we're talking like what I'd prefer, I want somebody who's younger, somebody who takes up the mantle of politics. Let him be like VP. Just come out and be like, I'm running. Like, if it's Nina Turner should just come out, be like, I'm running. I'm telling you right now, off the bat, Bernie's my VP. We're done. Like, that's it. Immediately. And set the bar of like, do you like Bernie? Yes. He's not going to be president because he's a bit old, on the older side. What we're going to do is have Harris, who's going to carry that torch, and let Bernie be the mouthpiece. Because the VP doesn't do that much. So let Bernie go all over the fucking country and fucking campaign during your presidency, during your term, and like galvanize support. I think that's kind of a good model for what they could do. Now, if that happens, that's another story. Bernie should have been the candidate in 2016. Oh, absolutely. Harris was all about police state. Harris is trash. The problem with Harris, like, the only thing worse than Harris's actual politics is the fact that she has the likability of fucking lima beans. Biden Harris are the worst results. Yep. Until basically, pretty much. AOC good as okay. So AOC, for the most part, I think AOC can grow into somebody with the politics of Bernie. I don't know if AOC is ever going to be given the ability to have the kind of strategy and like AOC, unlike Bernie Sanders, is never going to get to move in DC the same way Bernie has been able to. Bernie came up in a time, and quite frankly, he's an old white dude. But Bernie comes through with enters into Washington with a familiarity and likability of what you would expect of candidates of his time. So we're talking like late 80s, early 90s, like kind of on the older side, white guy, right? But his politics are absolutely radical and like sea changing. And AOC has those kinds of politics. But, and here's the problem, she's not just brown, she's also a woman, which means she's going to have to navigate DC. And like, it's also why like the way she's navigated it already has rubbed people the wrong way, because she's had to make sacrifices and she's had to, what's the word? Kind of, how do I put this in a charitable way? AOC voted for support for Israel, I think it was last year. Now, most of us would say, hey, like, AOC isn't a supporter of Israel. Why would you do that? AOC, at the end of the day, being that she's just a congressperson from one district, unfortunately, is at the whim to a degree of that district's influence in terms of Israeli-backed groups coming in and basically funding against her. For her to hold on to her seat, she's going to have to play a little bit of, she's going to have to give up a little bit of those values. And like, my biggest problem right now, at least a little bit with the left, is everyone's really, really, I think, sensitive to when we see our representatives in our eyes shirk on their values and kind of take a step down on their values to, vote for Nancy Pelosi as a good example, or to vote for Israel aid, or this, that, or the other. And there's a certain amount of long game we need to understand is like necessary. I know everybody feels like Bernie Sanders popped out of nowhere and just showed up with radical left politics and like woke people up. But that's not actually how that worked. Bernie has been around for decades. I remember the first time I saw Bernie Sanders was like back in maybe 2008 in the Sicko documentary that Michael Moore put together on healthcare. He was one of the people that he interviewed to talk about healthcare and the contrast between healthcare in America and right across the border, across like I think like a water border of Canada, and Bernie being involved with taking people over there as a state representative to get them better meds. Bernie has been in this system for a long time. He is an institution within Congress and everything else. So we're talking about somebody who came in with a lot of institutional power and radical politics. AOC does not have the first one of those. She does have the second. So she's going to have to build that kind of institutional weight behind kind of, you know, how she moves. And again, because of the way she is going to have to approach politics and the way she's naturally going to approach politics, there are always going to be people who are she's always going to get the bitchy card because she's a woman, and the uppity non-white or the uppity non-white because she's Puerto Rican, and I think she's just Puerto Rican, but either way, non-white. So like we have to keep that in mind, that like I like AOC. She does a lot of good things. She's an amazing asset in terms of the left, but like, do I think she's ever going to be in the position that Bernie's in? I'm skeptical, but it's not impossible. But we do need to give her and others a lot of time, like a lot of time to grow and a lot of time to like kind of like seep into the institution. I know a lot of people are kind of don't like the idea of them becoming part of the system, part of, you know, they want them to be activists, but they can't be activists. They're legislators. So they need to be that, they need to work in those contexts. Activists can be activists and be as, you know, rah-rah as they want, but legislators need to play within certain bounds. That's, you know, it's a long-winded way of me saying she's good, but it's going to take some time before she's Bernie level. She needs to, like, you know, Bernie's Blastoise. AOC is still Squirtle. Like we need to get there. Serious health issues, yeah. Started good, but she sold out. I wouldn't buy into the sold out thing. She's not taking money from corporations. She's playing politics, which is always dirty. But I wouldn't write her off, or really anybody in the squad off at all. Kind of going here. Thank you. I don't know if you're Indian, but if you are, you could do a stream on Indian politics, maybe, like just what sources to follow and stuff. I'm mostly American. I know I am brown, but I actually have no, like, I'm from South America. I'd probably a bit indigenous, but I actually don't know my background. But anyway, let's get on to the video. I've like preempted this so much. Yeah, I grew up with Pokemon. Admittedly, that's probably, no, I know second generation. I think, do I know third generation Pokemon? Oh man, I do a terrible job. Oh, maybe we should do that one day. Do like see how far I can make it into naming Pokemon. That would be embarrassing for me because it's not going to be very far. But anyway, okay, let's take a look at what Bernie has to say about Medicare and Social Security and other shit.
Republicans have said they want to cut Social Security and Medicare.
It's a bit loud.
How does not every American in the country know that fact?
So entitlement reform is a must for us to not become Greece.
They want to cut Social Security. Now, they get away with that stuff because a lot of people don't know what they are talking about.
Democrats are pointing to your own documents to tell Americans.
Yeah, what's funny is, okay, I'm gonna try not to be a fucking pause Andy here, but like, what's always funny is they'll say entitlements, and what that's supposed to activate in you, and mostly activates in conservative voters, is like the idea of there being some sniveling millennial entitled this or entitled that they're supposed to have like a visceral like, ugh, I hate these entitled kids, even though like entitlement cuts means cutting the things that you paid into that you're entitled to, dipshit. Like, I wish Republicans would fucking grow brains, but unfortunately.
You are preparing to cut entitlements. The
Stop.
4 top contenders for the
Saying
House budget
entitlements.
chairman, if Republicans win in November, all 4 of them told Bloomberg last week that they plan to use this debt crisis hostage technique to get things like Social Security and Medicare eligibility changes.
When so many seniors are struggling right now, how in God's name are you talking about cutting Social Security when we should expand it?
When asked to get specific, many of them invariably mention the need to cut spending on these retirement programs like Social Security and sometimes Medicare.
I think their agenda does not reflect more than 15 or 20% of the American people.
Even less,
Let's put
I
up a
bet.
list of some of the prominent Republicans floating this. There's Blake Masters, a Senate nominee in Arizona who recently made waves by calling for
I appreciate that username. I always feel bad because I end up pausing and making a lot of small comments.
There's Ron Johnson, the senator from Wisconsin facing re-election, who's called for shifting Social Security from a mandatory program to a discretionary program.
Oh wow, holy shit. Okay, so let's talk. Let me tell you right now. Okay, so the idea that you could opt out of, like, so every single time that you get paid, right? Every single time you get paid from your job, you go on and you look at your like your statement for your fucking paycheck, right? There's like that little line that's like SSI and Medicare, right? And it takes out probably, I don't know, it's a certain percentage of whatever your wage was, right? Now, a lot of people are under the impression that they'd be like, oh man, like imagine if like I didn't have to pay into that. And like, you know, then I get an extra, let's be really generous here, anywhere between like $40 to $60 per paycheck, right? You're like, oh man, that's like 40 or 60 extra bucks right there. Maybe 100, maybe depending on how much you make. Maybe it's $100, right? You're thinking like, oh man, extra $100 a paycheck. You know, if I'm getting paid, you know, like, you know, twice a month, that's $200 a month just by saving on that, right? But what you end up doing is you end up robbing yourself from the future, because like you're going to be making that little $200 maybe a month. You know how fast $200 moves in this economy? Like, if you've ever tried to hold on to $200, like, have some bills, man. Like, $200 is going to be gone like that. Go out, like, what, twice? Go out, like, what, once a week? And for the entire month, that $200, gone. Patooey, out of here. Not even existent. Might as well not have been there. But, like, guess what? Once, if everybody did that, you hit like 65. If they were able to do it, you hit 70. It's time to retire. And guess what? You don't make fucking anything. Guess what? You're going to be working until you fucking die. So like, which one is it? Like there was a time when people paid into Social Security and then they hit the age of 60, they retired and then spent the next, 30 to 40 years hanging out, doing their own thing, probably moved to Florida to save some money. And, they go on vacations like once a year and, they give your kids, assuming you have some, like $100 in like a small envelope. And you're thinking to yourself, Mom, Dad, come on, that's money that you guys need for the retirement. And they go, oh, no, I already paid into it. Everything's, we're doing all right. We're doing fine. Meanwhile, what you're going to be living with when you retire is you're going to run out of money. You're not going to have a whole bunch of savings since most Americans don't have a really healthy 401k saved up. A savings saved up. If Social Security is around, then you're not going to be making any of that income. So guess what? You're going to have to move to Florida or move in with your kids while they're trying to raise their family and probably get a part-time job as a greeter at Walmart, which is great for Walmart because they don't have to pay you a lot. Because you're old as shit. You can't do the things you used to do. So they're not going to pay you all that well. So now you're working until maybe you're 70, 75, until you finally keel over with absolutely no vacations, absolutely no time to yourself. Your golden years got completely and utterly wasted on $200 extra every paycheck. Or every month or whatever it is. But and the people who live this wonderful life, guess what? They're called boomers. And the people who are trying to rob you of that, guess what they are? They're fucking boomers. They're already living off of all of this. My mom, my dad, already living off of all of this. Okay, we're moving on. Boomers just infuriate me. Triggered. I am a triggered leftist on that one.
Discretionary spending
so it's all evaluated so that we can fix problems or fix programs that are broken, that are going to be going bankrupt.
What does that mean? It means Congress would have to reauthorize it every year, or the funding would go away.
What the fuck is this
Rick
picture of
Scott,
Blake Masters?
who several months ago proposed a plan that would put all federal laws on the chopping block every 5 years unless Congress passes a law to continue them. Those programs would include Social Security.
An 11-point plan to rescue America. All federal legislation.
You should never trust anybody who looks like fucking Andros from fucking
half of Americans
from
and
fucking
potentially sunset
Star
programs
Fox.
like Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security.
Sounds like cutting Medicare and Social Security.
Well, it's certainly putting it up for grabs.
At a time when tens of millions of seniors and people with disabilities cannot afford the high cost of dental care, eyeglasses, and hearing aids, the Republicans want to make massive cuts to Medicare.
Well, John, that's, of course, the Democrat talking point. It's a
No,
level-set
it's
plan.
in the plan.
Would you trust this guy with your retirement? Does that look like a trustworthy individual to you for your retirement? For you to be able to live after your decades of working, creating value for not just corporations, but tax revenue for the country you live in? This is who you want to trust with your retirement future? Think about this.
It's in the plan.
But here's this thing about reality for a second.
It's
First
not
off, let's talk about Medicare.
But Senator, hang on.
John.
It's not a Democratic talking point.
Senator,
it's in the plan.
Senator. Oh man, god damn, Bernard, we need you. We need a hero. I'm just hearing that fucking song from the first fucking Spider-Man, the fucking shit from the movie. And they say that a hero can save us. His name is Bernie Sanders. Please don't let these snakes steal our Social Security. Like, fucking Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's also funny. I've heard from like my parents where they'd be like, "Oh, maybe Social Security and Medicare. Hopefully, they're still around when it's time for you to retire." To which I'm like, I can't help but be like, "Why the fuck? First of all, am I paying for your Social Security right now? If I'm not gonna get it, if we're really going down that route, then fuck it. All of you can get back on the streets. Then you all can get in the fucking you all can get in the employment line. Then like." It's fucking crazy. And it's like, when it comes down to it, like, this is how you keep a society running. Like, what do we have if we're not even offering our citizens in the United States, like, any kind of, like, socially, like, bettering, like, programs at all? Like, what? Like, we can't even, 2023, we've built the largest economy in the world, and somehow we can't guarantee a dignified retirement that like we were offering people back in the 1950s. Like the thing that FDR like spoke about was like, where is it? Just fuck it. I just want to find. Let's see. FDR. What is it? Social Security. I hope this isn't super long. Oh, here we go. Yeah, fucking give it to me. That's kind of loud.
Social Security is the president's theme. As in Washington, he discusses the outlook.
Were there
of
more
the
social structures
individual.
back in the days of Gen X? Back in the days of Gen X, fuck no. If you want to go back to like, so in the United States, we have never had any kind of real socialist or worker-owned structures, sadly. Only really in FDR's time during the 1930s and building back from the Great Depression did we see a very large and very powerful union movement in this country. Unions are what secured a lot of the rights that we have today in terms of basically working conditions and how we approach work these days. But also FDR being pushed in those directions by socialists of that day because of the power and because of the scale of unionization. The socialist movement was incredibly powerful in America. Same with the communist movement. And FDR was pretty much left in a position where he did need to pass a lot of things to kind of rejuvenate the United States's basically society, which had crumbled since the beginning of the 30s. You know, we had company towns, you know, we had, you know, you had company towns kind of in the, I think in the really, really early 1900s, where corporations would pretty much buy out neighborhoods. You'd like pay using like company dollars. Some of like the history is kind of nuts. I don't want to get into too much of it at the moment, but like I'd have to read a little bit more and watch a little bit more to get super accurate. I don't want to give you totally incorrect information, but back in the 1930s, there was a strong unionization movement and a lot of political pressure from the left on FDR to pass more social safety net measures. It's why we got Social Security. It's why we got Medicare. It's why maybe I'll show that video actually. I'll show another video after this. Let's watch this one first actually.
The millions of today want and have a right to the same security that their forefathers sought in this nation. The assurance that with health and the willingness to work, they will find a place for themselves in the social and economic system of the time. Because it has become increasingly difficult for individuals to build their own security single-handed, government must now step in and help them lay the foundation stones, just as government in the past has helped lay the foundation of business and industry. We must.
So keep in mind when he says that, when he's talking about laying the groundwork for business and industry, we're talking about not just like basically handing out licenses to operate businesses. We're talking about infrastructure. We're talking about road creation, like all of the things that any business has to function. A good example is like if you want to open a restaurant, right? I'll use like the thing I know. If you want to open a restaurant, right? You need a building. Well, to have that building, not just do you need a construction company, you can't just build some building in the middle of bumfuck nowhere and expect people to show up. You want to build a restaurant in a city center that has been planned by the government and built up using grants from the government, right? So you want like a town that you can also there's housing built around that you can also use as clientele basically to build up that business. Not only that, if you're running a kitchen as a good example, you're going to need electricity, you're going to need water, you're going to need sewer, you're going to need gas, you're going to need all of these things. And no business, if you're a small business owner, even if you're a large business owner cannot, cannot create the infrastructure for, building an entire like electrical grid for a neighborhood, as an example, or lay the foundation for water distribution throughout said neighborhood and to your restaurant. Same with gas lines, same with everything else. You need a government to come in and kind of basically organize all of these private industries, these private builders and everything else to come in, understand the plans that you're giving them for the society you want to build, and then have them build it through government grants and everything else. Like these are the things he's talking about. Like when it comes to your retirement, it's not just good enough for you to not work. We need a system for you to not work. We need a process, we need infrastructure so that you cannot work and the economy isn't crumbling because an entire age bracket up aren't working. So, that means you need buy-in from everybody amongst other things. But, yeah. And like corporations aren't going to do this. Corporations can't. I know I paused. I started and then paused again. But corporations can't do that. They can't be doling out money to people who aren't working for them. That's not really a responsibility that should be on the backs of private industry, but also shouldn't from a moral standpoint, or at the very least on like a it's not within their profit motive, right? Like no company is looking out for the betterment of you. They're looking out for the growth of their profit margins, the growth of their profits. So like they're not interested in doling out money to people if you're not creating value for them, right? So like and even so, even if we lived under that system, What happens when your company goes out of business? You retired 10 years ago, but your company the company you work for, and that's been basically ensuring your retirement, goes out of business, or gets bought out by another company that doesn't value them as much, and then they shut it down, or they roll it into a different company whose contract with you doesn't exist the same way. You're at the whims too much of people who don't have your interests at their heart. Their heart is profit seeking.
Have a rich man's security and a poor man's security, and that the government owes equal obligations to both. But national security is not a half and half measure. It is all or none.
Here it is. Oh, cool. This isn't even that long. God, imagine it, like, the idea that in, like, oh shit, stop it.
Sounds like cut.
Stop. The idea that we, like, live in a world where, like, fucking, like, our president doesn't even just show up to, like, talk candidly and directly to the American people too. Like, that's also, like, a crazy thing in my opinion due to the times. But okay, so this is FDR explaining what he proposed as the second Bill of Rights as Americans.
In our day, certain economic proofs have become accepted as
Let me make sure that this one isn't better quality.
In our day,
oh, that's so much better.
Economic proofs have become accepted as self-evident. A second Bill of Rights, under which a new basis of security and prosperity can be established for all, regardless of station or race or creed. Among these are the right to a useful and remunerative job, the right to earn enough to provide adequate food and clothing and recreation, the right of every farmer to raise and sell his products at a return which will give him and his family a decent living, the right of every businessman, large and small, to trade in an atmosphere of freedom, freedom from unfair competition and domination by monopolies at home or abroad.
Even if you take into the account the farmer part, like, I want you to think, like, the system of factory farming, and not specifically just factory farming, but the consolidation of farming in the United States has led to an unprecedented access by the American citizen to meats, to meats, to produce, to agriculture, to all the rest of these things, right? But the trade-off for that has been the consolidation and control of farmers by corporations. There's a long history of basically, like, farmers being at the utter will of the companies who sell them eggs, who sell them chickens. They don't even have technical ownership over the livestock that they watch over and that they raise. Like, the way our farming has gotten incredibly monopolistic around, I want to say around, like, maybe 5 or 6 companies, kind of the same way like our media has. How many companies own, how much does Disney own? And then you have NBC, and then what's the other one? Well, Fox now doesn't, Fox doesn't exist anymore. But you have Warner Brothers, you have all of these very large companies that just own entire portions of the market share in terms of entertainment, specifically filmed entertainment. So, like, and that's how our economy since about the 1960s has progressed, because not a lot of the things that FDR is going to talk about in this, and has already kind of mentioned, because we haven't secured a lot of this stuff, unfortunately, our systems have been beset on by large industry buying up large swaths with almost no pushback by the government. This is why you need not just unionization, mass unionization, but you also need strong government regulation to make sure that Walmart isn't the only person employing your small town, and they're not running out the 5 other local businesses who might be buying from the local farmer, who might be buying from the local I can't think of anything after farming, the local fabric maker, clothes maker, whatever it might be. We used to live in an economy that was very centered, very, very small, and very centered to localities, to specific, like, little to little towns, little neighborhoods, counties sometimes even. But now we live in an economy, we live in a world of global trade, which obviously comes with a lot of benefits, but one of those is the quality of our goods and the frequency that we get them at. Right now, there's a lot of changes that we could be making to, kind of claw back a lot of the rights of workers and a lot of the rights of creators and stuff like that. But, that's a different conversation. But I want everyone to kind of get an idea of like where we could have been and where the country, I think it's fair to say we were headed in a very different direction post, pre-World War II and immediately post-World War II. And we did choose to make a pivot to kind of the more neoliberal, capitalist, desire for growth that we see now. Like we actively chose to move in that direction. It's going to take not just one generation, but multiple generations to reject a lot of that. And it's going to be incredibly hard. But, we're seeing a bit of that. There's stronger unionization now than there was 10 years ago, certainly. But, the difficulties of living under late stage capitalism, we're starting to kind of see those seams rip, which should theoretically allow us to understand kind of the decisions we've made and the consequences behind them. Oh, hey, thanks, Rika Singh. Appreciate that.
The right of every family to a decent home, the right to adequate medical care, and the opportunity to achieve and enjoy good health, the right to adequate protection from the economic fears of old age, sickness, accident, and unemployment, the right to a good education. All of these rights spell security. And after this war is won, we must be prepared to move forward in the implementation of these rights to new goals of human happiness and well-being. For unless there is security here at home, there cannot be lasting peace in the world.
I'll let the homie go out. God damn, I fucking love FDR, man. Anyway, okay, my simping aside. Look, every decision that we've made in this country has gotten us to the point that we're in has been a decision, has been a choice, an active choice that we've made. And the only way to make meaningful change and to really bring positive change, not just to us, but I think the world, is by making that decision for ourselves, and also like being a little bit smarter. Let me reset for a second. As somebody who is a leftist, I want more of this kind of politics. I want more of this, not like a nationalistic, kind of the nationalistic angle of it. What I want is an egalitarian view and an egalitarian mindset to be awoken in a lot of people. And I think we're getting there. But it's going to take a lot of time. And I know, like, something that I've noticed over the last maybe like 2 or 3 years is the mistake, the mistake of seeing urgency instead of, or I should say, mistaking what's the word I'm looking for? Impatience for urgency. These things are going to take time. A lot of times you'll hear a lot of leftists, and you'll hear a lot of people when they talk about politics, talk about we need systemic change now, and we need this now, and we need that now, and we need to go now. And what we need to remember is that none of these movements sprang up, got what they wanted within like a cycle, within even 2 cycles. We need to be okay with slow, but like, and this is very specific, real change. I will tell you, come the presidential election, when, in 24, I'm going to tell you, if there's a Democrat with air in their lungs, you vote for them over a Republican, because Republicans do not want good things. Republicans are not looking to create a better world. They want to hand over as much as they can to corporations and leave all of us in a radical world conception where the corpos run everything. Everybody is basically, nobody's retiring. Every man for themselves. What they want is actively bad. The things they want will make people's lives worse. And that we must not ever, and I do mean this, ever facilitate. But what we must consistently do is work in whatever ways you can. Like, I do this, right? I hop on, I have a stream that I'm very small, but it's my way of practicing my politics to a degree, right? But when I go to work, when I talk with my coworkers, right? And, and I'm sure if you've ever worked almost anywhere, I'm sure you've heard, pay issues. I'm sure you've heard hierarchical issues. I'm sure you've talked to people who work with you who aren't politically, what's the word? They're not politically, tuned in. They're, they just go to their job. They show up, they clock in, they clock out, right? And part of that as a leftist is educating and pointing out where my politics start to cross with their life experience. They talk about pay. That's when I give them the advice of like, well, there's a lot of people here who are really disgruntled about their pay. There's an opportunity to maybe come together. If we can all agree, if we can all come together as one, as a group of workers to demand better working conditions, better pay, whatever that might be, right? And those are the small things that I think, if you're not doing a stream, if you're just a regular person out in the world, these are the kind of things that I think we need to focus on, or at the very least need to what's the word? Encourage in more left-leaning folks. Not to get super heavy into like some of the critical race theory stuff, or even get into necessarily always leaning into, I think, the cultural stuff. I think a lot of the economics, you can really pull a lot of people who aren't, again, otherwise political in with a lot of leftist prescriptive economics. But like, it's gonna take a lot of time, and we need as many people to be amenable to things like unions, to things like worker forward, worker owned businesses and worker directed businesses. That's another big part of building socialism. It's always going to be an uphill battle for us, unfortunately. The money's not on our side and the system is not on our side. But doing your little part, I think, will always take pride in that, and always kind of step to the forefront when you see an opportunity to do that, to push those values forward. But understand, it's not going to come immediately, and it's never going to feel like it's going fast enough. And being comfortable with that is hard, but I think it's a natural part of performing politics to a degree, in the real world. It's just, this stuff isn't going to come immediately. Even, we got Obama, Obama became president in 2008. We didn't even get gay marriage until 2015. So like, I know it's frustrating. Absolutely. But like, sticking with it and not giving up. I saw a username earlier mentioning that like AOC sold out, and it's like, and I understand that. I understand the visceral feeling that like, no, they're not trying hard enough. And I don't think it's ever going to be a, are you trying hard enough? Are you not trying hard enough thing? I think that we can succeed in our movement by just trying, because at the end of the day, we have the better solutions and the better outcomes. We have the better vision. So like, having confidence in that takes a lot, and like moving with that understanding and not being insecure by not seeing the result you want coming yet. Don't let that don't let that waver you, and don't let that make you nihilistic or ambivalent about the times or whatever. But I've ranted, I've droned on all I can at this point. Okay, I'm gonna get a refill of water real quick, and then I'm trying to think. Should we? How much? What time is it? It's 40. Okay, we're gonna. I think we're gonna skip one of the videos I was gonna watch. I'm thinking. No. We can do the. No. Let's do the religion one, because I'm kind of curious about this content creator. I've never seen them before. Okay, so we're gonna watch a video about modern society and the removal of God in it, I guess. Religious fundamentalism has kind of been, making a comeback in the last year. So sit tight. We'll be right back, and then we're gonna go switch to that subject. Let's go. Oh, I realized I never did the thing that they always tell you need to be doing as a content creator. So let me be as, let's switch over really quickly. Let's do the thing that I hate doing. Hi. If you've been enjoying any of this, if you got any catharsis, if you learned anything, if you just liked hanging out, or I don't know, maybe you like the dulcet tones of my voice, you should hit the follow button if you're over on Twitch. And if you're on YouTube, I see you too, and you should hit the subscribe button on there as well. It makes me happy. It makes you happy because you get a fun little animation, and that's really cool. But yeah, it really helps the channel grow. You know all the stuff. I'm assuming if you're watching this, especially if you're in the politics section of Twitch, you know how content creation works. You know how streamers work. You know the vibes. You know the deal. I would just appreciate you do the same for me. It doesn't take a lot. You just hit a button, call it a day. Maybe then you get your name on the thing. You get a little shout out. I usually thank you for that. But either way, let's just move on to the next subject, because like I said, I never like doing the transactional, hey, don't forget to follow, like, and subscribe, and hit the bell. Ring the bell for notifications to tell you when, because YouTube doesn't tell you whenever I upload a video. Which, I mean, they do that. You should do that, but I'm not going to ask you to. Anyway, okay, so God and modern society, I guess, are... Oh, sweet. Thanks, username. I appreciate that. Your name is on here? Oh, no, your name was the last one. Well, you're staying on the boards anyway. But yeah, God, society, there, I guess, it is not a thing. I don't know. It's weird that suddenly God isn't a thing in our society, I guess. I don't know. Like I said earlier, religious fundamentalism has been having a bit of a moment the last couple of years. So let's see. This is from so this person just popped up on my radar. Their name is Zuby. They have 164,000 subscribers. So seem like a decent size. But I noticed like they seem to lean big on the conservative part, which not shocking that conservatives found themselves a black person that's gonna say the stuff that they all say. What is this? During my liberal phase when I was about 18 to 21, I had zero use of religion. I just thought it was pointless at best, unenlightened, etc. Well, that's stupid. Like, there are interesting parts of religion that I or we didn't need a god to tell us what was right and wrong. We do, actually. You can say that, but your morals are shaped by the Christian principles in this society, even if you're an atheist. Okay. Starting around 2000, and wow, this person really just like lore dumped on this person's comment sections. Okay, we're moving on. I want to hear whatever this is.
I think both men and women in different ways have been knocked out of their, masculinity and femininity respectively, and not just knocked out of them, but also our society and culture is often trying to force them in.
Okay, what the fuck is he talking about? Are there no longer masculine men? Are there no longer feminine females? They say this, but like, I work with females who are rather feminine, and I work with guys who are rather masculine. I don't know what circles these people run in, where like they're just beset by like, I don't even know. I don't even know.
Into the different frames, right? Is trying to force women into a masculine framing, and simultaneously trying to force men, men in particular, into this feminine framing.
Wait, is it force, or is it just the forces
already talked about,
of societal change?
The roots of everything that actually keeps people grounded and sane and feeling meaning and purpose. Everything from the family unit,
seriously,
to religious roots, to everything. And the results of this experiment.
Oh, wait, no, you just maybe I just thought about that. Yeah, that's true. I do sit down to pee all the time. It's mainly out of I thought it was like a convenience, because I'm like, oh, my knees really hurt. Let me just, I'm just going to sit down and like, take it easy for a few seconds. But shit, you're right. It's because I've been living with a woman for the last 3 years. Fuck. God damn it.
For the most part, do not seem to be positive. I mean, I've never heard more people in my life talking about depression and anxiety and trauma and this and this.
Yeah.
Like, everyone suddenly has some stuff, right? Like this sort of emotional baggage in this directionlessness. And
yes,
it's
medieval,
so interesting because
medieval Knights of the Round Table never had anxiety.
Even say in the early thousands, I assume this started earlier than that, but I know from my own life that I remember,
Remember when mental illness just didn't exist? It really wasn't until the 2000s until mental illnesses existed.
Especially in that time frame. A lot of people had.
It's not like we had them like diagnosed and understandings of them beforehand.
A lot of people had this idea that if we could just get people away from religion and God and superstitions and all that stuff, we can just get rid of that, then everyone's going to become these sort of enlightened, super rational.
Who is he talking
super logical,
about?
Very grounded, clear thinking.
I want to talk to this person,
right? And I just see the opposite. I mean, look at the last 3 years that we've just lived through. I mean, you want to talk, people want to.
Should I reach out? Should I message them on YouTube and be like, "Hey, I'm a small streamer.
Which,
I think your views are dog shit."
Which people are now bowing down and worshiping, the gods of COVID or whatever.
The gods of COVID, the patron saint, Fauci. Hi, like, what the fuck is this? Why do they say stuff like this? Why that's actually a good point there. I really like I believe in ghosts. I like ghost shit, but like, like I'm spiritual in a way, but I don't let that like I don't see some shit happen in the real world and I'm like, must have been a ghost. I'm telling you, like what like I like ghost stuff. I'm superstitious to a degree. It's okay. A certain level of superstition is perfectly fine. It's harmless. It's just when you have fundamentalism, that's kind of the part that's really not good.
Doing their little rituals and bizarre, getting their fifth baptism at this point.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Fucking Christians get baptized multiple times.
Wearing their magical
what are you even
talismans
talking
over their
about?
face, to show fealty towards their cause and everything.
Oh my God, you wear a fucking mask.
Any
Oh my
heretic
God. Oh my
or
God.
blasphemer who dares say that, what they're.
What's funny is he's like saying all the words that are like, isn't this a joke? Isn't it funny that like people wear a mask like they're exorcising like demons around them? Dumbass. The joke is that the religious shit that you're trying to defend doesn't work and is fucking stupid and is just superstitious nonsense. You're literally criticizing people using the thing that you're advocating for as a frame to make fun of it. You fucking idiot. What the fuck is this? Oh my God, this person's so fucking, wow. We're, 2:36 into a 12-minute video, and holy shit, my fucking brain has hit 165 degrees. It is now ready and safe to fucking eat without bacteria. Holy fuck. This is so fucking stupid. Oh my God.
It's been real fascinating to me.
Oh.
It's really interesting because
the fucking psychic damage.
I mean, I believe that I've suspected
this person
for a long
belongs
time,
in Lavender Town.
I strongly now believe that human beings are inherently religious.
Right.
And
how is someone
when I say religious, I don't mean that everyone follows a traditional religion, but what I mean is human beings are designed to have this desire for everything from a sense of community, meaning, purpose, a sense of morality, a sense of something metaphysical that's outside of just what we can see. It's also
literally the only thing he talked about was fucking metaphysics. That's it. And even then, if you ask the average person about metaphysics, they'd fucking slap you with a fish. Like, religion is when you have society now? Yes. Back in the back in the heathen days when we didn't have any religion and we're cavemen, there were not groups of cavemen who roamed nomadically as a group and built structures. No. That wasn't until white Jesus came through or something. Like, what? Like, okay.
Also why I kind of find it interesting how so many people who would describe them, a lot of people who are atheistic, how
I'm an agnostic.
Still go on these searches for spirituality.
Atheists are kind of cringe.
In, like psychedelics and trying to get in touch with this. And I'm like, that's so fascinating.
Wait.
Because to me, that's like you're still trying to find that thing, which for someone with a more traditional religious worldview, you get that from your belief in God and your faith in your religion. But it's like if you take that away, other people will find it in politics. People literally found it in the pandemic and everything around it.
This dude is a fucking NPC. He just says COVID all the time.
Feminism or hardcore other ideologies. Some people find
meaning through the advocacy and propagation of their political values, which also usually are based on their moral and ethical value set. Whoa, fucking crazy. Like, is that insane? You advocate for religion. Like, people who are very religious advocate on religious values because they find, they see value through the propagation of their religious moral prescriptions. Like, yeah, people, crazy thought, people center their lives around the things they find important. Wow, you've really cracked the fucking code on that one. Fucking people do things because they think it's important to them, because they have a moral and ethical framework that tells them that these are the positive ways to change or moderate society. Fucking crazy. I thought that was only a religious people thing.
And in hardcore veganism, and
Yeah.
they base their entire, it becomes a religion to them, right?
Right.
That's not what religion is.
It's not just, I
Holy
eat a
shit!
plant-based diet. It's
Everything
like,
is religion
no,
to this guy.
is-
Everything.
Like I've come across people who won't even.
Is the fucking recipe book that we make all the food in my kitchen, is that like a holy doctrine? Is the fact that every day I go into my kitchen and make the same food in the exact same way over and over and over again, only changing it depending on the specifications laid out by like my boss, does that make it a religion? Because I adhere to it and it's like important to me that I make good food? Like, what isn't a religion then?
Talk to or associate with people who eat meat or animal products, right? I mean, like, wow, I'm like, you're more zealous than most religious people,
Right.
right?
Yep.
Like, if you
There
came
are
across,
more
if you came
zealous
across,
people
a Muslim who won't even
who
talk to
are
or associate
also-
with non-Muslims, or you came
there
across
are
a Christian
normies
who won't even
Christians.
associate with other people who don't share their beliefs, you'd be like, whoa.
Okay, so I've been focusing on this dipshit this entire time. I'm gonna make this one nice comment. It's a nice dress, or whatever that is. I think it might just be a shirt. It's a very nice shirt. Also nice glasses. I wish I could have the big glasses, but I don't really have the head shape for it. I think, you know, these are about the thickest frames I've ever had, which I do enjoy. But like, yeah, I'd wear that. I'd wear that on stream even.
Well, that person is like.
You would call them an extremist. You would call them an extremist.
Oh my God,
and
there's
they would
extremists
be
who are
ridiculed in
not
society,
religious,
right?
and there's
We don't
extremists who
tolerate
are.
people who are extreme in their religious views, but we tolerate people, and we actually encourage people to be extreme in these the views that are based around science. And you said something.
Well, first of all, you would have to first of all, you'd have to show me evidence that any of these science-based obsessions are bad. Which, as of yet, I haven't seen evidence to literally anything in this video. But, yeah, you'd kind of have to make the argument that, like, being a vegan is bad. Like, being an asshole about being a vegan is being an asshole, but it's no different than being an asshole about Jesus. You're still an asshole. Like, that's like, Jesus isn't the problem with that. It's you being an asshole. But like, Jesus is fine. The same way veganity is fine, unless you've, bought into that and you've made 3 veganity strikes, in which case the vegan police will be after you quite soon. But still,
we're
like,
actually hardwired to worship something. And so when you take away God, when you take away religion, what you find is that people will just gravitate towards creating idols out of anything.
You mean like
And
the
this has
United
been
States?
happening for a very
The
long
way we
time. For
teach our
example, in
kids to
every
do the
Abrahamic religion,
national, or what is it, the
it says
Pledge of
Jesus
Allegiance
came
every day?
because people started to worship idols again.
Is America
or that
a religion?
Prophet Muhammad came in Islam because people started to worship idols, and so we always had to course correct. I think that the thing is that we.
I also just want to say, before we even continue, before this person says dumb shit, which I'm sure they're gonna say, can we also talk about how the only thing we ever talk about is fucking Christianity and Islam? Like, is anybody else kind of like watching this and just being like, oh yeah, the only fucking religions in the world, Christianity and Islam? Yeah, Buddhism, no, doesn't exist. Hinduism doesn't fucking exist. Fucking Norse, whatever the fuck, I don't even know what that religion would be called. What is it if you believe in Norse shit? No, yeah, actually, that's a good question. Fuck it. What is the religion? Norse, is that paganism? Old Norse religion, Germanic religion. Okay, is that paganism then? Wait, yeah, give me paganism. Pagan, is that what early Christian religions? Show me. Classical Latin in terms of the use of the 4th century. Ritual sacrifice, love it. Hassan is incredibly wrong. Classic Hassan L on that one. Early Christians, people, Roman Empire, ethical religions, other who practice polytheism. Yeah, is this like okay, yeah. Okay. So kind of. What, yeah, what's okay. But are these the Norse homies? Are these the Assassin's Creed Valhalla homies? Okay, wait. Norse. Yeah, just like Norse religion? Folk religion? Norse rituals. Okay. Tradition of religious Scandinavia. Whatever the shit is with Thor. Okay, yeah, this stuff. Anyway, my point is, like, it's kind of just like, what the fuck? Like, what? Oh, the only two relevant religions. Like, first of all, these are both like monotheistic religions, to which case that is only one stripe of a type of religion. Like, there's polytheistic, which, like, you know, you have an entire other like tree worth of different religious beliefs and idols and everything else. So it's like, what the fuck? Like, these aren't the only two options. I always hate this. I always fucking hate this whole thing where it's like the only two religions we're ever gonna fucking talk about are always Christianity and Islam. Even though, if I remember correctly, I might be wrong about this, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't Christianity and Islam, aren't those like two of the youngest of all, like, of a lot of the religions? Like, from what I remember, like, the Norse shit's been around for quite a long time. Like, paganism was around for quite a long time, like, but like Christianity and Islam are two of the rather new in terms of like Abrahamic religions. You know, I don't, you know, I'm not a religious scholar or anything, but like, you know, like to me, I'm like, I mean, they're like if I remember correctly, at least Islam, if I remember correctly, is rather on the newer side. Islam is the youngest, yes. Don't know about Christianity. Yeah, like Christian, like Islam is rather new. Like, it's a rather new like take on Abrahamic religions. Obviously, Christianity's been around for a long ass time, but like a lot of other religions preceded it. Eastern religion are glorified. Like, no, brother. We used to burn like people still. Yeah, like, fuck, dude. Like, you know, like my ancestors probably come from like South America. We were like ripping people's fucking hearts out like badasses for a long time. Like, yeah, this shit, like a lot of other stuff has been around. The last word of God. Yeah. How do you hate cats? I mean, I own cats. I prefer dogs, but like I would not trade my cat for anything, even though she's kind of a bitch. But you know, what are you gonna do? Cats just do their own thing.
We haven't had any course correction in a long time. Like, we haven't had on a large scale a new religion come about that is focused on God alone, except, you know, science has become our religion. Science is that new religion where it's like, hey, no,
I wonder if I can show this.
Worship this man-made religion, which is science, and you know, we can change genders, we can create human beings now. We're working on cloning. We're just as good as God is, or even better, right? So I think what's happened is that we've become a very me-centered society.
I probably can't show this.
What I mean by that is that we're very focused on us.
I really wanted to show a clip from Easy A, but I feel like I don't think will I get striked for it? I feel like I will. I'm not going to show it, actually. You know, we'll watch a bit. We'll watch like a very, it's like a minute and 33 seconds.
Party.
I was there. I heard the whole thing.
That's not something you need to advertise, Kurt.
No, this isn't the scene I wanted. Where's the, like, him? Is this it? No, this isn't him.
You know,
No, where's the one where she's like protesting? God damn it, I can't find it now. I thought that was the one I was watching. Oh, here it is. Wait, is this it? No, stop. Don't strike me, please.
The rest of her pathetic life.
I just hope for your sake you at least had the good sense to use protection.
Why? Your parents didn't.
You're going to hell.
Just as long as you won't be there.
I can assure you, I won't.
God, I fucking love this movie. Such a good movie. Anyway, before I get in too much trouble, let's return.
Human beings, what can we invent? What can we create? How can we overcome God? I think that's the focus of modern society.
Why do you need? Wait. Okay. I know we just restarted, but I don't care. Wait. Why do I need God to create shit? Like, you just said, like, something that like we create or that we build ourselves, that whatever the fuck. Like, okay, cool. What do I need? What the fuck I need Yahweh for? Like, okay, if I'm doing it myself, like,
if you don't mind, from like this book that I love. This is A Man and His Symbols. This is the book by Carl Jung that I tell almost everybody to read, because he talks a lot about how reason and logic is actually our most tragic illusion. It's something that
Now, if I remember correctly,
so
I actually had somebody on like last week who was saying how Jung was
so the
was
reason
like
why we're so focused
utterly
on
fucking
disproving God is
BTFO'd
because
by
we
like
can't see him.
other people in his field.
We can't see what he's done for the world, but we'd rather believe in science because we can actually see that with our eyes, right? We can see that, oh yeah, science can create these miracles, so let's believe in science instead of God.
So this is the problem when you don't believe in objective reality, or at the very least where like evidentiary like claims don't matter to you, where you're just like, oh well, I don't know, it just feels better if I say that Yahweh did it for me, so I'm gonna go with that. And it's like, okay, that's fine, like you can live your life like that. I really don't have any interpersonal or micro issue with that. But like, if you're asking me, oh, let's just like build a society on like, I don't know, just my general feels of like, oh, why did the fucking crops dry up? It's not because we didn't water them. Come on now. It's obviously because it's obviously because our local 16-year-old went and had a premarital sex with her like 16-year-old boyfriend. What she needs to do is have marital sex with a 34-year-old so that she can bear children for the community. Like that totally that's more what Yahweh and God wants for us in our conception of society. That makes sense. Now you tell me, does that sound like a functional society that you want to live in? Would you like to live with science, or would you like to live with feels on that one? Personally, me, I'm not a woman, but like I would take the science route personally.
And so he says
go ahead, read it.
Yeah, so he says here, man is bound to follow the adventurous promptings of his scientific and inventive mind and to admire himself for his splendid achievements. At the same
All
time,
my splendid
his genius
achievements,
shows
only
the
mine.
uncanny tendency to invent things that become more and more dangerous. So what he's saying here is that we love to create new things, we love to advance technologically, and we love to marvel at our own achievements, right? Like, who would have thought like maybe 2 decades ago, 3 decades ago, that we would be changing genders, that we would be able to perform surgery.
You know, it's funny you say that, considering there was an entire hospital in Weimar, Germany, that was studying trans people and trans identity. But unfortunately, the Nazis went and burned all of that down. So we've lost a lot of information due to human vindictive hate towards information they don't like. The idea that there weren't trans people, or that like nobody ever transitioned in like 1981, is absolutely absurd. Just because you didn't hear about it because it was such a small, sectioned off, and quite frankly, what's the word I'm looking for? Like nobody gave a shit about the trans community at that time. The specific feminist structures that we have now weren't even concerned with gay, lesbian, or trans rights at the time. So yeah, no shit, like you didn't hear about it. This is always like, this shit always comes from people who are like, the trans stuff only like started like a couple years ago. Like people weren't doing this like 10-20 years ago, when it's like, if you had read a fucking book other than Jung's fucking BTFO'd literature, like you would have known like, oh yeah, like trans identity along with like non-binary identity has all been widely studied and also been a part of historical societies for centuries, if not decades. Like none of this stuff is new. It's always this idea that the world only started in like 2015. Like not everything started in 2015. Trans people didn't just pop up out of nowhere in 2015 and go like, all right, cool, we'd like rights now. There's been an active movement for the last like 3 decades to get them recognized just as part of the minor society, like community of the LGBT BT crowd, but also then fighting for their rights alongside gay rights, which we only got in like 2014, 2015. So like, what are you talking about? Like all these people have been around forever. You just didn't notice it because your ass was too busy going to church.
Surgery to change somebody's gender, right? But we look at ourselves like we've done something magnificent. At the
can I jump in there and say change somebody's
fucking true?
Because you can't change your gender.
Right. Yes, 100%. And then
maybe I will. Should I reach out and just and like chat, like, this person is like, I don't think he could do it. I don't think he could substantiate any of this. Like, he just does the, like, you can't do it. And it's like, oh, well, can I change my shirt? Sure. All right. So I can wear a dress. All right, cool. So, like, there's a lot of things I can change then, right? Like what I don't understand is, like, this, like, desire to see humans as these unchanging, like unmalleable things. Like, we are just as malleable, just as applicable to change as anything else in the world. Like, ugh.
But now think about it. We look at ourselves like we've done something great. Like, we've overcome God. At the same time, what we've done is so dangerous to ourselves. Humankind is the only creation that will actually do something that harms itself, that will actually create things that destroy us and be proud of it. Right? So this is the gist of this book.
Yeah.
Wait, so it's that humans create things, like when we created the first Tonka truck and then it ran over your local unionized worker and then they all organized and, like, reclaimed the business. Sorry, I was dreaming for the second half of that. But yeah, like, yeah, we create things. Like, yeah, we made a stick. We turned a stick into a sharp stick, and then we were like, what if we threaten people with our sharp sticks? Like, do you not think animals do that? You don't think animals... First of all, has this person ever had a cat? Going back to the cat thing earlier, you ever had a cat? Do you know what they're doing when they're, like, when they're doing this? You know what they're doing? They're sharpening their blades. Like, they come back and you're like, all right, cool. Now I have blades to defend myself. Like, animals do this shit too. They don't create different objects, but, like, they moderate what they have, claws and such, to, like, fit their needs. Like, this isn't, like, what is this? Like, what?
Yeah, that's such a great statement.
We also create cars.
I often say that humans are the best and worst things on the planet.
Right.
I love humanity.
Jeez,
I love
the people who
I
have, like,
literally
the
would
most
not be able to
influence
do
over
what
the
I do for a
planet
living, all
that
the various
they
aspects of it,
inhabit
if I didn't have a genuine
all
deep
of the
love
best
and care
and worst
for
outcomes
the human
laid at their
species.
feet. Jeez.
At the same time, I'm also very deeply aware of both historically and in modern day times.
This is why we need to seed the earth to the wallabies. Wallabies have never done as much damage as humans. We are clearly the most destructive. We need to seed it to them.
How much awful stuff that humans have done to one another and continue to, and some of these
It's
ideas
called
and
humanity.
take, and
read a
it's
fucking
fascinating. I
book
guess this has
just
been the battle
once.
from the beginning, right? For all of
Watch
these
a
thousands of
fucking
years,
movie
is
just
recognizing,
once.
You know, the sort of
Play a
virtues and
fucking video
flaws
game for
of our
once.
species and trying to navigate that. I mean, that's how from philosophers to, you know, priests and clerics and religious teachers, like it's really just,
I don't know. You know, maybe it's just me, but maybe I don't really look to my religious hierarchy. I look to, like, artists and, like, you know, like filmmakers, painters, like creators of art who have interesting, not just takes, but, like, interesting, like, media that they've created, interesting narratives to kind of explain and frame what we call the human condition. It's like a, you know, it's a whole term and everything. Like, yeah, like, I don't know what do I need somebody who believes in Jesus for? Like, there's more than enough media to give me more of a perspective on how people, like, function. Honest to God, if you want, like, a good way to, like, if you want, like, a good, like, exercise of how to, like, think about humanity and how we approach humanity, and I mean this, play The Last of Us Part 2. Honest to God, you will go through every, like, extreme emotion over the course of consuming that narrative. It's fascinating. You're just playing a video game, but you're so enthralled, but also disgusted by the actions that are taken as the main character. Like, we have media that does this already. We don't need religion. I'm not saying you shouldn't, if you believe in religion, if you're a religious person, I'm not saying don't consume that form of media. But we don't need it. Same way we don't need, like, in the absence of like movies, we don't need movies, but we're better for having movies. We don't need video games, but we're better for having video games. We don't need, religion, but we are better with aspects of religion.
Like, okay, cool. How do we navigate? How do we actually navigate through this entire mess of the human experience? And I think something that's so important for people to understand, and I make this point all the time, which is that we are not different from our ancestors in terms of our biology, in terms of our emotions, our basic needs, all of that stuff. We're the same. We're the same as our great-grandparents, our great-great-grandparents. We haven't suddenly magically, evolved a whole new way of operating.
We still drink water. We're basically the same.
The technology's changed. The tech's changed, and we have different, we're at a different place in society and culture, but people are still prone to the same virtues and vices as ever before.
Has this person never been overseas? Like, this is at the end of the day, like, if you only view humanity from an incredibly Western centric lens, like, if you've never interacted from somebody or interacted with another culture from like East Asia is a good example, like the way that they conceptualize life, death, and like humans' place in the world is so much different. It's a completely different worldview. Like, same with indigenous folks. Like, it's like, this is such a, I've lived in the West and in America, we all have the same value set. No, you don't. Like, you really don't, because you don't think, no American thinks that like grass has a soul. No American thinks that trees have like souls and energies. And like, not in like the more Western psychedelic way. I mean more in like the example I'm thinking of is like Shinto traditions, and the way like, there's like an earth energy or an earth spirit that like, and there's like a place for everything in the universe. And like, I'm not like a scholar or anything, but like, it's a completely different way of like approaching and looking at the world. Like, fucking Christ, get out of your fucking bubble.
How exactly that manifests and what it looks like is going to change. People didn't have social media and the internet a century ago, but people still had everyone just had their stuff. And I think every generation we get new challenges. I think you're doing a fantastic job of recognizing some of the challenges of yours and future generations, honestly, because it's real insight. The type of stuff you're talking about, especially in your 20s, I mean, it's real insight, because so many people just wander around and they're just stuck in the matrix,
like my cat,
right? And they're not thinking
the
about,
matrix.
Okay, what's going on? How are these things connected?
I wonder what this person thinks of the concept of the matrix. He doesn't know that like trans women are the, he doesn't know. He doesn't care. He would probably think it's too, he would probably do like the the matrix isn't woke, and then you explain it, and then he'd probably be like, wow, the matrix is super bad, it's too woke now.
Great example. And I tweeted this, I tweeted something yesterday about how, because we always hear people talking about quote unquote mental health, and I said,
quote unquote mental health
unless you're also going to address physical and spiritual health.
I saw that.
Yeah, right. These things are all connected.
What's unfortunate is he's only half right. You do need to address physical health, because your physical health does have a lot of bearing on your mental health, the same way your mental health has a large bearing on your physical health. But spiritual health, no. Spiritual health is a literal like human construct. It is just in your head. Like, in real life, you have a health bar and you have a stamina bar. But in these people's idea, in these people's world, they have the mods that is unlocked for them. The Magica bar. Every day they go to church and they refill their magica bar, and then they do fuck all with it because they can't do any actual magic with it. Like, yeah, Jesus Christ.
People want to silo everything off as if your brain and your nervous system are part of your body. You can't separate.
Yep, that is
There's
true.
No separation between these things.
That is true.
That's within you, however someone interprets that. It's all integrated.
Right.
It's not, oh, okay, my brain is over there and my body is over there. It's like,
Right.
no, it's all together, which is why when one suffers, other ones tend to. When one improves, other ones tend to. Anyone who exercises.
This is also how people like this propagate their religious beliefs.
The change it has
is they do it through laundering their religious bullshit within like actual accurate assessment. Like the assessment of like, oh yeah, if you want to get your mental health in check, you probably also want to get your physical health in check. Having both of those things will really like help you, they both will kind of work together coincidingly to make you a more fully 360 healthy person. But like then they sneak in that, you also need the spiritual stuff, which like then it's like, wait, I don't need any of those. Like that has nothing to do with the other two things we talked about. But that's just sneaking that in there. Why not?
Your mind.
Yeah.
When you're in a bad place spiritually, when you're feeling totally disconnected from God and disconnected from nature and disconnected from human consciousness,
that's how I feel when I'm disconnected from the internet.
That I might actually make you less likely to want to eat the right foods or go to the gym. Similarly, you eat garbage, right? Eat a healthy meal and eat a garbage meal, and do that consistently, and you'll see, okay, like the fuel you're putting into your body is changing everything from your mental to your physical performance.
You mean that could be explained by depression, by the mental illnesses that you've been trying to hand wave away? Why are these people so stupid? We already have a way to explain this. If you're eating poorly and it's impacting your mental health in a negative way that reinforces and drives you towards eating poorly, more often you probably have some form of depression. It also doesn't help if the society that you live in is mostly driving you towards processed foods. If your entire neighborhood is like fucking Swiss cheese punched holes in, full of a bunch of fucking fast food restaurants that serve you shitty quality food. Like, yeah, you eat worse, your mental health will decline. Your mental health declines, you will develop mental illnesses. It's almost like we have a word for this. It's called depression. We also have a word for when you get anxious because of the what's the word I'm looking for? The imbalances of chemicals in your brain. It's called anxiety. We have terms for all of these. There are people who have degrees, who have studied all of these things. But of course, this person recognizes all of this, but somehow can't seem to grasp that it's like, yeah, we already explained all of this. It's called depression. It's called anxiety. It's called any other generalized mental health disorder that a lot of people suffer from because they are intermittent, if not lifelong, depending on your state or depending on your circumstances. No shit, we all fucking know this.
Affecting your sleep, it's affecting your mood, all of these things. And yeah,
granted, I'm actually leaving out the biggest one, which is it's called capitalism. It's called capitalism. Living under a system where companies are driven toward as much possible profit as they can get will result in them cutting as many corners as they can to increase that profit, which means, again, as I mentioned earlier, low quality food, low quality ingredients. You eat a Big Mac for all of your life, you ain't gonna be healthy because a Big Mac is fucking garbage when it comes to its caloric and vitamin distribution, we'll say. But no shit. Fucking God. Holy fuck. I'm not gonna lie, there's a deep part of me that feels like I should reach out and offer to debate that person, because I don't think they could substantiate anything that they just said. Holy shit. That person seems legendarily stupid. But I don't know, I'll think about it. We'll see. Maybe after maybe when we hit like a sub and like a follow goal, maybe we'll look into starting to reach out to people. But like until then, wow, I'm gonna keep that channel in mind for content, because that was fucking wild. Wow, fucking wild. Okay, let me take one more sip and reset. Cool. Okay, last segment. Let's do the thing really quick. Hi there. If you have enjoyed any of what you've seen tonight, if you've gained any education, catharsis, entertainment, whatever, I would certainly appreciate it if you went and hit the little follow button on Twitch, or you know, if you want to be really cool, like this chatter is right here. If you want to be really cool, head over to YouTube and then hit the subscribe button. That would also be really cool. Or if you're watching right now on YouTube, you should also do that. But yeah, I'll let you do it on your own time. You decide when you get to it. I'm all about freedom around here. But absolutely. What? White lies. Tell me about it. Anyway, okay. So last and not least. Okay. So conservatives have been. So I noticed when looking kind of like, you know, when trying to produce the show, I was looking to see what the conservatives were whining about. It's kind of the easiest way to see what they're on about these days. But I noticed they were a lot of the Daily Wire boys were really interested in some based Asian guy in a suit, you know, clapping back at the woke liberal blue haired whatevers. You know, based on the very minimal information, I'm going to go with the, you know, fairly obvious takeaway from this, which is a person who was not white said all the things that conservatives say. So naturally, they're all jumping on that to, try to be like, hey, there we go. We finally got a non-white to agree with us. That's great. Which, you know, there's always going to be a few. Conservative values are rather prominent in in immigrant communities to a degree. It's not universal, but there is, like, when we talk about people coming from less liberalized countries, there's gonna be a lot of conservative values. If you have immigrant families, I'm sure, you know, there's a certain amount of like conservative traditional culture that like your parents or your grandparents want to hold on to. But, you know, if you're younger, if you were raised in America, you probably have assimilated a lot into that. And there's like elements of your, like, you know, your immigrant family's culture that you still hold on to, but kind of also meld that into your American identity. But, you know, there's always somebody who's stepping up and still kind of perpetuating conservative values, even if it's, you know, even if it's from a different country's lens or a different culture's lens. Conservatives in America will jump on anything the same way they do conservative Cubans who come here and whine about the system there and, you know, talk about all the shortcomings, which, by the way, are also not really there's a rather big part to play that we play as the United States in Cuba's current situation in terms of their economics and the way their society has been structured, since, you know, embargoes and sanctions have not allowed the country to actually develop and enter into the modern economy. There's a reason why they're still driving cars from 1950, but that means there's also a reason why they have a lung cancer vaccine, along with basically solving blindness in their country. Cuba, there's a lot of problems with Cuba, but when we talk about, like, you know, when people bring up Cuba, there's quite a lot of context that they leave out. But anyway, oh, you mean that Asian? Yeah, I thought you meant that you were Asian. That's not it. No. No, there was, yeah, I guess he showed up on Vice or something. You know, Vice trying to do their best Jubilee impression. No, I am possibly indigenous South American. I have no idea. I'm just American, to be honest with you. It's mostly what I identify as, because I don't really have a biological ability to really track my biology. So I'm adopted. It's fine. It doesn't bother me one bit. Anyway, let's take a look. I want to hear what the fuck is going on with this.
See Chuck Schumer, the entire
okay, no.
Democrat,
We're good. Okay, that's not as loud as I thought it was.
Literally bent the knee to George Floyd into Black Lives Matter. They quite literally did that.
And that was a bad thing?
Okay, so can I ask why this person looks like Charlie Kirk? Honest to God, they look like they have the same like square head, kind of small. Like, no, like, am I crazy?
I think it was a stupid thing.
My dude looks like George. My dude looks George Floyd. My dude looks like Charlie Kirk. All right, we're turning this down just a little bit more. I love this person's hair. It's a fun color.
Are they filming us for like B-roll? Stand by.
All right, here we go. You guys feeling ready?
It's happening.
Hi, and welcome to our conversation about what it means to be Asian American. I'm Krishna. My parents came here from India. I was born here. So I identify as South Asian American or Asian American. And I just wanted to call out that, you know, we're talking about the largest continent on the planet with multiple countries, ethnicities, sub-ethnicities within it. So we did our best to try to get a diverse mix of opinions and backgrounds on this panel, but you can't get everyone's opinion. So as we start, I want to get a quick poll. How many of you guys think the term Asian American is useful? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Is it literally everybody but that one guy?
If we were to add Asian American Pacific Islander, I guess I'm curious to hear why, and maybe the way we can do that is going around the room and talking about who we are, where we came from, and what that term means to us, and what you think it might mean to the rest of the world.
I'm Yuling, and I would identify myself as
Oh my God, everyone's talking.
I feel
like,
really strongly about
I'm only at
being,
1.25.
first gen, or
What is
I say
everybody
first and
Ben
half
Shapiro?
gen, because I was born in China, and then we immigrated to New York, and then to San Francisco. And I think that like the term Asian American,
Man,
it's complicated because it applies to so many different identities, ethnicities, and cultures.
it's very unspecific. It, like, unfortunately, there's a certain, like, in terms of demographics, there is a certain amount of, I think, vague and broadness that, like, is useful when it comes to demographic, like, categorization. But yeah, like, the problem, like, these lines that are drawn are, like, so fucking broad. Like, if we're talking about African Americans, like, we're literally counting like people who are like from America of African descent, but then we're also talking about like people who are from Africa who then immigrated to America, and like from Africa is like a fucking huge continent. So like, yeah, it's very unspecific.
It's a helpful term when, you know, you don't really know what else to you kind of just like lump everybody into like one term.
It's like useful for the census.
I don't think there's any issue with it being Asian American and Pacific Islander either, because that's just more inclusive in my opinion.
So there's a sense of community amongst people from different cultures.
Yeah, I think it's difficult because like you can't really put it into words. It's applicable to such a wide range of things, and like
is it mostly like
it's complex?
Yes.
Like Pacific.
Yep.
Do Australians identify themselves as Pacific Islanders? I just thought about this because if you say Pacific Islander, I'm thinking like my mind is thinking like, okay, Hawaii, like Japan, Samoa, Taiwan, like I'm thinking kind of like those regions, but like in my mind I wouldn't count Australia, like mainly because Australia is England prison, but like, you know, like I guess technically that what it should that like Australians should be Pacific Islanders, I would presume, but I don't know what Australians identify as.
I was born in Manila, Philippines.
Interesting. And what does that heritage mean to you?
Philippines, yeah, Philippines, another one.
Because sometimes I just want to be American. I don't want to specify the fact that I'm Asian, but at the same
just be American,
time,
bro.
It's like someone looks at you,
you're
gonna
allowed.
say that you're Asian, so you say you're Asian American. I don't like the idea of separating the Pacific Islander just because for so long I was told I wasn't Asian, that I was a Pacific Islander. I just think it's all encompassing we are Asian.
Micah.
I feel very prideful about the Asian Pacific Islander. I live in San Diego now, but I'm originally from Honolulu, Hawaii, and my dad's born and raised from Kona. I am so close with my family. Just growing up, it's hard to explain, but being from Hawaii, like the aloha spirit is real. Being around your family, having that common courtesy for community is just something that I'm really proud of.
And you feel like as
So according to this, what the fuck? Okay, wait. Okay, Pacific Islander. Here we go. Cool. Pacific Islander people are spreading throughout the, oh my God, this is not what I wanted. Give me just Pacific Island countries. Oh, okay, here we go. Let's see. Pacific Islanders. Okay, so technically, yeah. Okay, Melanesians. Okay, Fiji makes sense. Papua New Guinea, New Caledonia, okay. Micronesians, Carolinians, North. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah. Okay. So this does mostly count then. Yeah. New Zealand, Polynesians include New Zealand, Native. God damn. Yeah. Like you say Pacific Islander, and you're just like, okay. 1 second here. Let me. Like you say Pacific Islanders, and it's like all this shit going on here. Like all of this. It's a lot of, yeah, you got Hawaii. Fuck yeah, you got Samoa, Tonga, fucking Cook Islands. Okay. But yeah, okay, so they do identify. So yeah, interesting. Okay. I was kind of curious because I was like, I feel like because I feel like Australians we always think of as like, yeah, they're like southern like Brits or whatever, they're South England's, but like, okay, if it's like more of, okay, well that's cool, that's good. I don't know if I'd want to live in these in the Polynesian, although Polynesian areas are kind of nice, but hot as fuck. Anyway, I was just kind of curious about that.
As it relates to Asian American and Pacific Islander, these are two things that kind of go together in some ways?
Yeah, they do.
How?
So the thing about Hawaii is that it's a really huge collection of different types of ethnicities, and there's a lot of Asian influence in Hawaii as well. A lot of different people who are there are from Korea, China, Japan, and so I just consider them family as well.
Well, good to meet you. Tell me about your...
I just thought about this. Like, there are Americans who identify as Caucasian. They're like... But you've got quite a few generations before you have any connection to the Caucasus. So there's also that. And it's like, well, like, do we count like Pacific Islander in with Asia and everything else? But like, I can't help but think like, well, I mean, we count Hawaii and like Alaska in as American. So I'm like, I don't think like land borders. I feel like it's more of like a kind of cultural similarity to a degree, because like the kind of food you're gonna eat in somewhere like Beijing, and then somewhere like I don't know, I can't in like Bangkok, and like somewhere in Japan, and like somewhere in Tonga are probably gonna be like kind of similar, like kind of food and kind of similar cultures with their differences, but like kind of a little bit similar than if you contrasted them with more North American societies, like if you're talking like Mexico, Canada, and the US. Like, even though those three are three very different countries with three different cultures, you'd probably find a lot more degrees of separation between those two groups than like internally in those groups.
Yourself, Vince?
Genetically, I'm a quarter Italian, 75.
Oh, this makes all the fucking sense in the world. This fucker's from Florida. No fucking wonder. Also, yeah, I stand by my point. This dude does look like fucking... Where is he? Where is he? God, man. There's like, is it just like a fucking, like, is it a fucking, where's like the... No, I don't want to find the Photoshop one. No, I don't want to find... No. Where's the one No, we'll just... Here, we'll go with... God, every picture of Charlie looks hilarious to me. It always looks funny to me. Like, come on now. Like, come on now. Come on now. It feels like cosplay to me. Anyway, man, I tell you, man, Florida just does something. I swear, Florida just does something to you, man.
5% Vietnamese, but I am really with Teddy Roosevelt on this one. I don't believe in the hyphenated American thing. I identify as American. I consider myself an American. Sure, genetically, I'm mostly Asian. I don't go around thinking I'm an Asian American, because I think that, especially considering the fact that America today is increasingly a more and more diverse country, which is what it is, the only way that's going to hold together is if people can, to some extent, all identify as being part of the same nation, part of the same creed to an extent. I mean, that's just the way I would view it.
Vish, you're up.
I'm 100% Hindu Indian American. I was born in Brooklyn. My parents are from India. I personally just describe myself as American. I find, like Vince said, you know, the hyphenated American thing, I think it's by definition divisive when you're dividing the identity. I prefer to call myself American. I don't call myself Indian American, Asian American, though when people ask.
I found the Roosevelt quote, the Teddy Roosevelt quote specifically. I kind of want to read this really quickly. There is no, okay, here, we'll swap over real quick. There is no room in this country for hyphenated Americanism. When I refer to hyphenated Americans, I do not refer to naturalized Americans. Some of the very best Americans I have ever known were naturalized Americans, Americans born abroad. But a hyphenated American is not an American at all. Quote, this is just as true of the man who puts native before the hyphen as of the man who puts German or Irish or English or French before the hyphen. Americanism is the matter of the spirit and of the soul. Our allegiance must be purely to the United States. We must unsparingly condemn any man who holds any other allegiance. I feel like this is not the quote this is not like the let's all come together quote that he thinks it is. But if he is heartily and singly loyal to his republic, then no matter where he was born, he is just as good as an American as anyone else. The one absolutely certain way of bringing the nation to ruin, of preventing all possibility of its continuing to be a nation at all, would be to permit it to become a tangle of squabbling nationalities, an intricate knot of German Americans, Irish Americans, English Americans, French Americans, Scandinavian Americans, Italian Americans, each preserving its separate nationality, each at heart feeling more sympathy with Europeans of the nationality that with the other citizens of the American Republic. The men who do not become Americans and nothing else are hyphenated Americans, and there ought to be no room in them in this country. The man who calls himself an American citizen and who yet shows by his actions that he is primarily the citizen of a foreign land plays a thoroughly mischievous part in the life of our body politic. He has no place here. The sooner he returns to the land which he feels his real heart allegiance, the better it will be for every good American. Teddy Roosevelt. Lovely. How do I put this? I get what he's saying. Also, it's called freedom. I'm gonna roll with the freedom one on here. If you want to go by whatever American, I don't care. And I don't really think it's damaging. At the end of the day, the United States has always been a mishmash, a cobbled together coalition of different cultures and different peoples coming together under one conception, which is being an American, believing in freedom and all the rest of that stuff. The actual people who don't, I find the people who constantly want to tell people to get out of the country or to not bring their culture or whatever else are going to be the true Americans that also I don't want to hear about. See, this also cuts both ways. If we're gonna do like the hey, like what if we didn't identify by like the nationality that we might have come from before we came here, or even like our biological makeup, as this guy states it. What if we don't do that? That's fine. That if we want to say that's not cool, then that's totally fine. But I don't want to hear real American. I don't want to hear true American. I don't want to hear any of this MAGA American bullshit. Either we're all American or we're all just a coalition of people who are American. But like, we can't have this one way and not the other. There is no version of this where it's like, oh no, you can't bring your culture, but I'm gonna do I'm a real American. No. That's not how this works.
Ask like, oh, well, what are you? I'll say, well, I'm of Indian heritage, but I was born in Brooklyn.
Yes.
I probably identify as Asian American. I also like.
How do you live with these
my mom is
orange, these like yellow lenses?
So I do truly feel that I am a part of the Asian American experience.
Like mine are like slightly green, but
at home, it's a Japanese household. It's a Japanese culture because I was predominantly also raised by my mom too. And then also we happen to live in America. And I think there is a very unique perspective in that. As well as I'm a proud Asian American, I'm a proud Black American too. I'm a proud biracial American. And I think there is definitely also a need for us to be able to say Asian American, especially because we are often seen as not American or not American enough. But then you go back to Asia and they're like, oh, you're so American. So it's just like, well, who am I?
Being between cultures in a way, or straddling cultures, being part of two cultures.
Yeah, being part of two cultures.
It is rather
I'm Asian,
contextual.
I'm American. I'm Asian American.
Well, nice to meet you. Joyce.
So I'm a Taiwanese Asian American. I identify as Asian American, but at the same time, I think the term Asian American and
Also, these demographics are useful for like identifying like problems in society. There's also like there is a functional like use for demographic categorization. Like aside from like the societal like how do we get along sort of bullshit, there is like a usefulness to being able to identify issues within a specific ethnic group or ethnic group or racial group. But I think that goes without saying.
Islander, they have to be separated because when we go to colleges and apply to get in, we're on different socioeconomic pathways. So actually the term Asian Pacific Islander would actually get you in more than someone just does East Asia, because I believe now.
Oh, here's the easy solution to that one. Socialized college education.
I guess this is a funny question, but like, do you think
College
the
for all.
average
There, we
American,
fixed it.
when meeting you, would be like, oh yeah, you're Taiwanese?
No, they think I'm Chinese. Japanese or Korean, but basically I'm Asian. They always ask where am I from because of the way I look.
And they ask like, where are you really from?
Yes, yes. And I'm like, always, I'm American.
I've heard that before.
Too. Ellen.
Hi, my name
I
is
love the, but
Ellen.
where are you
I'm
really from?
Korean American. I came from Korea when I was 8 years old. Got on a plane by myself, not speaking a word of English. Didn't know white people were real.
Fucking wild, dude.
For me, it was huge culture shock. My parents had already immigrated, so I was joining them. I like to be identifying myself as a Korean American woman, and I recognize the importance of Asian American Pacific Islander. Definitions are always constantly changing as we, as society, constantly evolving.
Oh my God,
like to
a
just
reasonable
consider
take.
myself American because when anybody in this country looks at me, they don't just see American; they always see.
Which is
Asian
a problem
first.
with like our
Instead
like
of using that as a
like at the end of the day, like that is like a thing. Like the Irish and like the Irish and the Italians were not like white Americans for a long time. For a long time, black people weren't even Americans; they were property. So like you can't just turn around and be like, oh yeah, why can't we all just be American now? It's like, well, there are quite a few structures and like socially learned like biases and like and mindsets that you would have to dismantle. Like you would have to convince the like regular ass American in like Kansas that like this woman in like Washington or like her in California are like as American. Like how many times do we hear like the keep America for Americans? And then you ask, what does that mean? And then they go, well, my family's been here since like 1776. And then you're like, oh, all right, like cool. Like are you from like what were they from somewhere else? Because like unless you're indigenous, you're not originally from here to begin with. So even then, I'm like, you're not even from the Americas originally, my guy. Like my people been running around for bricks longer than you. So like, what are we talking here? Like, there's so much more to any of like the like how we identify. It's why like if somebody's like, I'm Korean American, it's like, all right, cool, that sounds good. Like we're just not there yet. Like there's a segment of society, conservatives mostly, who like have no interest. Like what do you do when one of the parties, there's two parties in this country and only one of them gets a significant count of the non-white vote? Like what do you do in this scenario? One party has been based on a rather racist conception and approach to politics. So of course we don't get along. Of course we can't come together under one American identity. There's an entire like what's the word I'm looking for? There's an entire half of the political spectrum in America that like doesn't recognize people of like Middle Eastern descent as Americans because they believe that Islam is what's the word I'm looking for is like can't function, or like you can't assimilate as somebody who comes from an Islamic background into America because they're two opposing ideologies when they have almost nothing to do with each other. Like
thing that holds me back, I say it proudly. And it's taken time to accept my identity, to really know that that's sort of an umbrella term to open the door into the conversation. I know it's not possible to encompass all of us because Asia's so big, right? But in order for us to be seen and heard, we have to start somewhere. So I think it's a good term for that.
I'm Ziad. I use he, him pronouns, and I am Bangladeshi American, and I'm
Oh
Asian
wow, I
American.
wouldn't have guessed that.
The reason why I, was lukewarm about the term Asian American insofar as it's
Bangladesh seems like a cool
is that
country.
I don't actually often refer to myself as Asian American, despite like fully believing that I am, because to Yuling's point, oftentimes I think people have a perception of what Asian American looks like, right? And sometimes that leaves out South Asian.
This dude's shaking his head. This dude's shaking his head in the background, like he's like, no, 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 no. I don't know what that looks like. Like, yes, you do. Shut the fuck up.
Asian, right? And I am all of these things at once, and I'm not one more
Disgust.
than the other, but I take
Utter
pride
disgust.
in all of these things, and I think that for me, I find power in that insofar as when I look at this country, I think it is so damaging, right? So saddening that sometimes this country makes us choose.
I mean, something what you point out is that we kind of all have a dual consciousness or are dual citizens of this country and the world, which is to say we go home, we might have a different culture, a different food, a different language that we speak. We go to school and we have friends who might not share or understand what that language culture is.
Isn't that
and we
like
have a desire to
the
both
cool
be
part of
true
America?
to the heritage, but then also be accepted, successful, and otherwise in the non-Asian American world that we live in. Assimilation. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Is it a burden? Is it an opportunity?
Assimilation, I think I would define that as, in part, I think necessary to an extent because we are forced to in order to navigate this country. So I would say learning the language, learning how to like properly behave, for example. That's in part kind of assimilation, making sure that you are
in line.
kosher in this society. And I think in part that means survival.
I think assimilation is not just a great thing, it's a necessary thing.
Huh.
No society can
Naturally.
hold together where people have nothing in common, they don't speak the same language, they don't practice the same.
I hate this. I fucking hate this. I hate the idea that like this dude comes on here to be like, oh, we can't get along if we don't have anything in common. Oh, what's the thing we don't have in common? Like you speak Spanish in your like household and my family speaks like English, and it's like, all right, that's like one difference. Like, do you hear any of this in Europe where they have like where they have very lax, not just immigration, but like travel, like I'm trying to think of the word, like policies. Like if you live in the EU, you can freely travel between EU countries. Like, so it's like, wait, what's the what? We can't all get along because you go home and because I go home and speak Spanish. Just for the record, I don't. But like I might do that and you go home and speak English, and the guy next to you might go home and go speak like German. Like I had a friend growing up where his mom, like his dad was like an American, like just a pure American. I think he was like from, I don't know, the Midwest or some shit, but his mom was like German. And whenever I went over to his house, I would hear like his mom would make German food. I would hear his mom like speak German to him and like in our vicinity. And it was like kind of cool. Like I didn't have any German family members. My grandmother was like half Russian, I think, or some shit, but like she didn't speak the language. Nobody in my family spoke anything except for English. But then when I went over to one of my other friends' houses, his family was Mexican American. So like, they spoke a lot of Spanish, but they also knew English and would like speak English for probably, it's like a 50-50 or maybe like even a 40, like honestly, probably more like a 35-65. That it? Yeah, 35-65. Yeah, like a 35-65 in favor of English with some Spanish in there. Like this is like the unique and cool thing about America. That like you don't go to somebody's house and it's just like your house. You get like you can experience all these cultures, all these different like ways of like being. Like I don't see what's the bad part. We get along. We all agree on a lot of things. There's just like he says like, oh, we don't agree on anything. Like that's bullshit. That's utter fucking bullshit. Any political polling would tell you most Americans across many races and ethnicities agree on a lot of fucking shit. Like A lot of
things.
stuff, more than you would
know,
think.
you may look at something like just food habits or what you eat and think that's fairly frivolous. But the truth of the matter is that on a broader level, when we're talking about more big picture things, differences in race, culture, religion, all these things, people have fought wars, violent wars, killed each other over these things for thousands of years. If America is to hold together, assimilation, not just good or bad, necessary. I don't think it's going to be possible for America to...
First of all, back then, people were fighting wars over... First of all, people were fighting in tribal, like race and ethnicity wars because they were fighting over, like, meager resources. The resource distribution back then was basically your tribe eat or their tribe eat. But that was it. And like the only way you identified who was in your tribe was usually, at least from in the beginning, by what fucking color they were, because you rolled with the same same looking people. We've developed, we've advanced. We live in 2023. This isn't applicable to the United States.
To survive as a stable, functioning society, if people don't, to some degree, say, well, here's what we're going to commonly agree upon.
But who gets to choose it?
The majority culture, I suppose.
And what's
the
majority culture?
The people with power.
And who's people with power?
People with power.
He's gonna say it.
White
say it.
people?
Say
No,
it.
I don't
Say
know
it.
if that's-
Say the Jews. He wants to say the Jews.
I don't know if that's necessarily so true. I mean,
He doesn't know if that's necessarily true. I've never heard such cowardice. Dude, just fucking say it. Dude, just say we need, no, oh man, this makes so much sense why Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh loves this guy. So much sense.
Wait, can you
look at, I don't think a particularly
Keep asking
white,
questions.
quote unquote, interest controls things like
in America,
pop culture.
He totally means the Jews. He 1000% means the Jews. Holy shit. Because he's like, I don't think it's necessarily white people. They might think they're white people. Oh, man. Holy shit. We found it, guys. We fucking found it. We found Asian Hitler.
White supremacy exists?
I think there are people who believe in it. I think there's people who all believe that their race is superior.
So you don't believe in white supremacy?
Do you believe America is a white supremacist state?
No, not at all.
And not found.
No white supremacist state would even allow us to be doing this. I don't.
Huh? No white. Wait. The argument isn't that it is a totalitarian white supremacist state. The argument is that there's systems in place that reinforce white hegemony. God, I hate saying that word. The white hegemon. That's what I'm going to say from now on. I'm not going to ever say hegemony again because it fucks me up. I'm just going to say the hegemon every time.
I don't understand. So white supremacists, there's just KKK people walking. Actually, I go around New York City. I noticed that, I guess Brooklyn a little bit different. Most of the people here are not white, and they're doing their thing. So I don't understand.
What does doing their thing mean to you?
Going to work.
Are they making? Are they making the same amount of money?
Well,
are they getting the same access to opportunities?
Damn, bro! I'm not gonna lie. Fucking all the fucking rightoids were on not Facebook, probably on Facebook, but all of them were on YouTube. Oh yeah, conservative crush the liberal. Dude, this dude's getting blown the fuck out.
They're getting great access to opportunity.
Please unpack it. Are they equivalent?
Bro, I fucking love this dude from Bangladesh.
Communities that are
oh, amazing.
Because you point to popular culture as something where, in your view, white people don't have the power. When the reality is, it is the white executives who are profiting off of exploiting predominantly black and brown bodies
fucking get him.
Financial gain to then parade to us and tell us that we're thriving. When the reality is, it is women of color, and it is black folks, and it is Asian American folks, and it is Hispanic folks, and it is people from marginalized communities who are disproportionately being impacted by every adverse thing that society is facing, while the few at the top who don't represent our communities, are profiting.
He's thinking, yeah, the Jews. He's thinking, yeah, the Jews, absolutely.
All of these things.
Also, if he thinks the Jews run everything, why wouldn't you advocate for Jewish supremacy? Did you ever notice that? Did you ever notice that the guys who obviously JQ will be oh, we should defer to the main powerful cultural the main cultural force in the country, and then you're who's that? And he's is it white people? And he's like, well, I don't think maybe not, not exactly white people. And it's like, oh, so it's the Jews, right? But it's like, oh, so which culture should we all be more Jewish? Should we be going to temple and like reading the Torah and everything else? And they go, well, no, that's not that's not, I'm saying like, normal American culture. And it's always like a way to like, always somehow all roads always lead back to Western specific cis white, like, cis white like culture. That's what it always heads back to, even though white at the end of the day, as we've discussed before, doesn't actually mean anything. It's a constantly shifting definition in terms of who is white. Remember, the Italians and the Irish were not white, not until much later, until they were folded into white identity, which was really only an attempt to undermine a labor organization, between blacks and whites, specifically the Irish and the Italians.
Shouldn't exist.
Well, nobody denies that there's disparities or that.
Well, let's have Vince.
No.
I think the question is, do they exist because of supposed white supremacy? And when I look at the fact that virtually every corporation and institution,
right,
bends
he's
the
going
knee
to do it.
Diversity, celebrates every single Heritage Month. Has all these programs. Every single
capitalism.
One toe the line for Black Lives
Capitalism.
Matter. I don't look at that.
What is toe the line?
I don't look at that and.
First of all, he's a dipshit. The answer to the first part is capitalism. The answer to the George Floyd, I want to hear.
Say conservative white people are in power in this country. As a matter of fact, I'd argue to a large extent, you can talk about, what race or whatever people are, but is like a supposedly conservative white interest in power in America. I would honestly say I think it's the opposite of that.
I want to clarify one.
Well, if we go and look at, if you would like to look at who is in Congress right now, who is making and enforcing the laws, I don't know if he knows this, but there's a party. It's called the Conservative Republican Party. They currently hold a majority in the House of Representatives. They are represented by, and I don't even need to look up the numbers, I'm fine with saying, a majority of white folks. When we talk like an entire half of our political spectrum, the Republican Party, the conservative end of American politics, is represented almost exclusively by white people. And you can't say they don't hold the levers of power because, come on, they're the one writing and making the laws. Would you like to look at who's running most of the Fortune 500 companies? Would you like to find out who's running Wall Street? Do you know what Michael Bloomberg looks like? Do you know what Mark Zuckerberg looks like? Do you know what Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, any of these guys look like? Do you know how, they're obviously products of the system that has put people who look like them in a position to succeed at the maximal level. Now, again, I've said it before, I don't really, there's a certain part of the system that I think is mostly based around wealth accumulation, right? Like at the end of the day, the system favors whoever has the most amount of money, whoever's already in first place, right? Now, that just so happens to be white people in this scenario. At the end of the day, this would be the case in almost any country, anywhere around the world, under capitalism. Money and capital ownership, power will always be consolidated to the top because the goal of capitalism, the edict of capitalism, is wealth creation and wealth and domination through that wealth. So, when we talk about systems that when we talk about systems of oppression, specifically like white supremacist systems, or what quite frankly favor white people, it's not really about it's white people. That's not really what it's about. What it's about is the fact that it's favoring people. I don't care so much if the system favors white people or black people. I don't want a system that favors either group. I want a system that's fair to everybody. But we can't do that if we're constantly having people who come up and be like, oh well, all the people who, not all the people who are holding power are actually like white. I think it's mostly the liberals and all of the activists who because Walmart sold a Black Lives Matter sign. Obviously, Black Lives Matter's running the country. Like, no, like, get the fuck out of here. Don't give me this bullshit.
One thing, you can be liberal and still a white supremacist, right?
Yes.
Like, I would be very clear,
Absolutely.
right? That it doesn't necessarily mean conservative white power is the predominant folks in power. I think it could span a lot of political ideologies and still have these things embedded in how you govern and how you lead and how you make decisions. However, when you talk about bending the knee, that is a wild way, I think, to look at society finally trying in some ways to right the wrongs of its
It's not so
ills.
wild. I mean, even like your supposedly white politicians, you look at what they did in 2020, they quite literally bent the knee. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer,
Oh, what's up,
the
Gaines?
entire Democrat
Did you watch
caucus
Phoenix?
in Congress literally bent the knee to
No,
go
not
forward
yet.
to Black
I think
Lives-
I'm planning on watching it tonight. I think
That was a bad thing.
the weekend's been a bit rough. I had to work a lot. I had to work actually the I think it was like a 10-hour day on Saturday. But what's it called? The car got vandalized on Saturday, so mostly been dealing with that for the last day or two.
I think it was a stupid thing. I
Why?
think it was just ridiculous pandering
So
to
Black
a
lives do not
terrorist
matter?
movement ran by.
Black lives do not matter?
I do think that Black Lives Matter. I don't support the movement known as Black Lives Matter.
You ever say all
Doesn't-
lives matter?
Of course. As a Christian, I
There it
absolutely
is.
believe
All
lives matter.
Absolutely.
Well, let me put this back into some.
Wait, why do you are you, they should have asked him, do you identify as a Christian American? How much do you want to bet he would defend identifying as a Christian American, but would absolutely deride people for identifying as Asian American or Black American or whatever?
More concrete terms. So I guess to try to understand the conflict here that you guys are having, what role do you think Asian
White guy also like killing each other. Why do you think we made nukes to kill each other while Africa are still using spears? First of all, the nukes haven't even been used on white people. Historically, the nukes have been used on, well, the people who would be the subject of this video. But also, I have no idea what you're talking about. Humans have always created weapons to basically kill each other because resource scarcity, and like over time, obviously the amount of how many times we've been killing each other has gone down century over century over century as we build these things called societies. So it's the very strong argument I have for building societies as opposed to living as nomadic tribes constantly hunting each other.
Asian Americans have as far as the larger injustices and racism that this country has exhibited and has pushed it forward in the 200 years prior to even our arrival. But I guess the easiest way to make it something to talk about is the concept of the model minority myth. When you hear that word, what does it mean to you?
So the model minority myth, after World War II, they used us to separate other people of color.
Mostly they would mostly call that racist because of the idea that Africans are still using spears. I don't know if you know this, but there's like quite a lot of like, if I remember correctly, there's like quite a lot of arms deals that go on in Africa. The continent of Africa is no less what's the word I'm looking for, saturated with guns than anywhere else. Like they use firearms in Africa. Let's not play into what's the word I'm looking for? What's the era? Like 1820s stereotypes of Africa. Africa is aside from certain sections, a mostly modern society, mostly made up of modern societies.
Used our race to say
Not
that
first
we were
world,
the best
but
race,
modern.
that we were the model minority because we were the smartest, we got the best jobs, we did these things.
I need to
and
know
we
where
were
this
able to
dude went to the
assimilate
gym.
what their idea of what they wanted an example to use of people of color that they could then use against all the other people of color. And
Makes
what
sense.
they also did is they caused infighting between our
This dude even
communities
dresses
so we
like
would look at
Charlie.
the actual problem, which was white supremacy. When I think of the model minority myth, I grew up wanting to be white. I fucking hate that about myself. Like, it is so embarrassing.
Okay, so statistically, it is true that Asians, right, on average,
This
make more
dude
money,
never.
like in terms of medium, make more money, better test scores, get into better colleges, all that stuff. I think the question is, why is that? And I don't know, model minority, whatever that label wants
That's
to mean.
actually a myth because we cannot be.
Well, no, listen. Well, let me finish my point. We need to observe.
Yeah, let him finish,
what
let him
makes
finish.
People successful and unsuccessful. And I think when you look at trends that are generally true in the Asian community, not of everyone, but are generally true, usually you have families that are sticking together. You have, people are taught to work hard in school, not get into.
Okay, so he's gonna say some more dumb shit, so let me tell you the actual answer. If you want to know why Asians succeed in the United States over, let's say, black people, it's rather simple. It's because Asian folks who came to America immigrated by choice and were able to build communities and also own businesses. Whereas, again, we'll take black people as an example. I don't know, black people labored under slavery and then had to live under Jim Crow laws in an entire subsection of the United States. And the civil rights movement, I don't know if you know this, but the civil rights movement only granted black people in the South the ability to live as an equal citizen to white people back in 1964. Asian Americans have been like building communities and not been beset upon by actual systemic targeting the same way black people have. So that's, that's just a small part of it. It's really easy when like your families just come over, immigrate, own businesses, build communities, and aren't constantly targeted and also weren't considered property. Like, it's really easy when you start like a lot of times we describe like the American, like the way America kind of developed as kind of a bit of a race, right? White people got here, started from zero, were able to move forward as like, just from the creation of the country, right? Asian folks came over, they weren't like, equal in the same way. They worked like super shitty jobs, building the railroads, doing a lot of other things, but, and this is a big part, they weren't property. They didn't live under Jim Crow. They were discriminated against because of racism, but like eventually they grew and built their own communities and societies that were able to thrive. Like when black people did this in, I want to say it was the God, wait, let me be super accurate with what's it called? There it is. Okay. Is it Tulsa? No, I just want the fucking street. I'm assuming, okay, yes, I want black. Yeah, Tulsa Race Massacre. Yeah. So in Tulsa, Oklahoma, like, I'm not sure if anybody's aware of this, but like black people in Tulsa, Oklahoma built their own like actual thriving city. Like, let's see if I can find some pictures of it. Oh my God. Like, okay, here we go. Found it. This is what I wanted. Like, yeah, full blown. Like, this was in the, I think, what was this, in the 20s? If I remember correctly, this was in the 20s. I could be wrong about the exact time frame, but like nice, like fully built up. Like, this looks as contemporary to the time and as modern a society as like you can get. And this was built in Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? And then there was this whole thing called the Tulsa Race Massacre, where this is what they were left with. You see, it's really easy to like build community and have your ethnic or racial group be able to thrive and assimilate when this doesn't happen to your fucking small town. Like, yeah, no fucking shit. Like, American history has not been incredibly kind, specifically to black people. There's kind of a very obvious reason why they haven't been able to succeed or thrive in the system that we have. Like, Mexican Americans also at the end of the day have a lot of the same advantages. They are, first of all, they come from the advantage of being very close to their home country, meaning that they could actually like resource trade to a decent degree. But like one member can move up, try and start business, try to put roots down, while the rest of the family stays and then moves in later and everything else. And there's always little societies that you can build in communities, especially in like California. You see a lot of like Mexican American communities. Like, yeah, these is going to be a lot easier for them because they're building like social infrastructure. When this is what happens to your real life infrastructure, how do you think your social infrastructure is going to work out? Like what? You think there's you think black people just like, which I'm sure this guy does, just think black people are just bad at this whole thing called like succeeding in life? No. Like obviously there's more context to that. You can't just look at the numbers and be like, oh, well, obviously, you know, we've just been, you know, our families have stayed together. Like, yeah, no shit. Like, did this happen to your family? Did your family get murdered in this? Were they sold off? Did you have your family, your ancestors sold off to other families? Like, yeah, you're able to build generational wealth as well. Like, Jesus. Anyway, I know that's a big tangent, but let's move on.
To trouble. I think that translates to why Asians en masse are successful. And I don't think you have to be Asian or white for that matter to not have kids out of wedlock, not, you know, commit crime, not cause trouble or whatever.
Imagine, thinking like your city being burned down because racist whites
that's so-called assimilation, having a nuclear
has less of an impact than you didn't get married.
Between assimilation and erasure.
Yes.
The way that you're kind of going about it seems like, okay, like, you know, of course, like...
True that. Remember USA lost all wars against Asia besides Japan.
And I don't think there's a problem with being in community with people from different backgrounds. That's not the issue. It's also in...
You do realize that the nukes like weren't necessary at all, right? Peace talks had already begun by that point. Asians are way better than most races in the world by honor and stricter family structure. You know, I'm not even going to address that last part.
Embracing the diversity that we inherently have and accepting that and being okay with that and celebrating that.
It's very idealistic, I think, but I think we should acknowledge the fact that diversity, quote unquote, is not a factor that is our strength. It's not a factor that historically or even in the current strengthens societies. People don't come together, form societies.
We're the most diverse country in the fucking world, and we're the richest and most powerful. Tell me how it hasn't worked out. Honestly. He said, like, not our strength. It's funny you say that because we have all of those things, and somehow we're the strongest.
Form families, form communities because they have nothing in common. They come together and do those things because they have something in common, right?
Stop saying nothing in common.
Black and white terms. The way you talk about it is it's either with America, whatever your definition of America, or not. You're talking in very black and white terms, and that's actually the problem in discussing race because we're Asian Americans. We're neither black, we're neither white. When you're having a race discussion, you can't be talking about in such like lines. Yeah. Everything is in the gray.
The more in common that a society has with one another, the more likely they are to work together and build things in society and not constantly be fighting each other and at odds with each other.
Did you think the Japanese internment was a good thing? Because that was a real assimilation situation. You know what I mean?
No, I don't.
That the term assimilation has negative
bad point.
History and facts associated with that word. So we do have to be careful in how we choose, because assimilation,
Japanese internment camps, cringe,
have not been good to us historically. That's factual. So let me ask you.
We're discussing the model minority myth.
But Japanese internment is a classic example of assimilating Asian Americans.
No, it's not. It's a classic example of internment. I mean, they intern people.
Why?
Yes.
Why did they intern them? Because they saw them as other. Because they saw them as dangerous.
Not really. Well, yes, they saw them as dangerous because, and I don't agree with it, but left-wing President FDR at the time saw it as a national security risk.
So you're a Republican, right? You're right-wing.
Incorrect.
Right?
Which was an incorrect take. A very rare FDRL.
I think there's a lot to unpack. Joyce, tell me.
You know what I want to find out? Japanese American restitution after internment camps. In 1987, Japanese Americans received, quote, a formal national apology and restitution of $1.2 billion to more than 1,000 survivors of the internment camps. Now, not that not that I think that actually covers the damages of the Japanese internment camp policy, but that might play a little bit of a factor, considering to this day we have had no retributive. Wait, that's not a word. Retribution? No, wait. Wait, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the verb tense? Wait, is that past verb tense? Past verb tense. What's the word I'm thinking of? Maybe I'm thinking of a word that doesn't exist. But my point is, to this day, we have not addressed, even come close to any kind of, I'm thinking reparations. I don't know why I said whatever the fuck I was saying. We have had no kind of reparations, even conversation, in terms of, like, I don't know, slavery and like the failures of Reconstruction. Like, we haven't addressed any of these things. But for Japanese Americans, there was at least some kind of reciprocity given to them. So when you're asking me, like, oh, like, why do Asian Americans do so well, or Japanese, like, oh, I don't know, it could be because, like, within 30 years of internment of like Japanese internment camps, we, like, I don't know, actually like spent some money to like heal those wounds. Probably not enough, in my opinion. If I saw the numbers, I'd probably be like, that doesn't cover it, but something at least. We haven't done fucking anything. Black people did not get their 30 acres and a mule after fighting the fucking Civil War or any of this shit. So, like, if anything, there was payments made out to fucking plantation owners because we seized their property after the war. Like no shit, no shit, like, fucking Jesus.
Tell me about your feelings about the model minority myth. What does it make you think about?
For me, like, I don't think race should be an issue in anything. Like, when we want to make a decision, we should not put race as a factor. Living in New York City, we're the melting pot of the world, so I haven't actually experienced any of these biases. And if we keep continuing to live on
fucking based as shit,
we're never gonna move further. So I identify myself as
this is what happens. This dude lives in Florida and probably lives in like a gated community.
This person can be a millionaire the next day. So based on capitalism, we all have an opportunity, and we should not.
Okay. Off Tam, I'll address this since this is a often argued point. Every race was in slavery to one point. It happened. Let's just not repeat again and move on. Well, that's a really nice concept. Unfortunately, when we're talking about how we organize and the biases that lay at the structures of the society that we live in, we can't just do the, like, oh, well, every race has been enslaved by somebody at some point. Like, if we're gonna start history, let's be really let's be like really charitable to your side of this. If we start history at 1776, white people have full freedom, the Irish and the Italians aren't quite here yet, and Asians aren't here yet, but black people are here and their property, right? White people, for the most part, get to live full lives, get to own things, get to develop generational wealth over the course of the, what have we been around for? 17, 18, 19, 20, what are we at? Like 300 years and some change? But 350 maybe? Over the course of this time, black people went from property to second-class citizens, and only in the last less than 100 years, we're not even at the 60-year mark yet, are they full 100% equal citizens under the law everywhere in America. Now, you tell me, does it sound like, even if we're just starting from the start of American history, does it sound like everyone's gonna have the same outcomes, that everyone's had the same chance to succeed in our society? Or does it sound like, and let me also be clear, again, this isn't like a because white people better, this is because white people just happen to be the ones here, but does it sound like white people got ahead by the simple arithmetic that they were on the top at the beginning, and created the structures to stay like that. Because why wouldn't you? Is it not obvious that, like, as in the amount of time that all that happened, the Irish came in, the Italians came in, and the Asians came in, all faced mild discriminations, but two of those groups eventually got rolled into what is colloquially referred to as white American identity, and one faced mild discrimination, actually pretty tough discrimination in the beginning, but was able to still build generational wealth, still build communities, societies, like, you know, sub-societies within the country, and were able to thrive here, and eventually became what's the word I'm looking for? The model citizen, or the model non-white group that did pretty well under the system, that did all right. See? You know, the system's doing all right. These folks made it all right. I mean, you know, we didn't target them like we targeted black people, but, you know, I mean, they did all right. They said, you know, with the least amount of targeting, Asian Americans did the best. Is that shocking? Is it really? Is it really shocking that that Irish and Italian Americans caught up with their more Germanic heritage, or even you know, like EU heritage Americans by the time, you know, the Asians kind of caught up as well? Like, obviously getting rolled into the white hegemon of an identity is going to be good for your group. Like, is that so hard to believe? I'm assuming it might be, but, you know, just so you understand, like, even if we're starting from just the beginning of America, it's rather obvious that everybody started from very different points, and that has led to very different outcomes, even though there's no evidence that black people work any less, that Asian people work any more. It's simply what your work and how effective it is in your society, you know? Oh, Jesus Christ. What is this? Why should I pay when I never did it, and when my family never owned slaves and fought for the North and worked in the dockyards? Why should I pay when I never did it? Are you talking about slavery? You do understand that every single person, me included, in American society has benefited from the exploitation of black labor under slavery? You understand that, right? Like, the foundational wealth that was grown by the unpaid labor of black people in this country was able to put us ahead of a lot of other countries in terms of our wealth accumulation, in terms of building the nation. Like, it's like we're all benefiting from it. Everybody does. Black Americans do. The only difference is they haven't been able to reap the benefits of that labor for their group. They're the one group that never benefited from building the country up the same way everybody else has.
Use race as a factor in either getting ahead or depriving ourselves of opportunities.
I have a question directly related to the fact that you live in New York, right?
Yeah.
And you're Asian women. There have been significant high crimes towards Asian women that were all over the news. Did that affect you? And what were your thoughts on that?
The government is telling us that it's Asian hate, but that's not the real issue. The real issue is actually that these people were mentally ill and they were let out.
Or both can be the issue, right?
Yeah, it can
You have a nice night.
simultaneously exist as issues.
You can't say that it's Asian hate and use that as propaganda.
Propaganda?
I feel like also to just say that these people are mentally ill is a kind of an ableist argument too, because there's plenty of people who are mentally ill who are not going out and killing like Asian people on the street.
All these attacks that you're seeing the videos of in San Francisco, New York City, newsflash, they're not being prosecuted as hate crimes. So the more correct way to look at it is...
I mean, if the police have no evidence that they're based on race and that they're just crimes of the moment, then yeah, they're not hate crimes.
Is what is the primary perpetrator of violence against Asians overall, right? Because if we talk about these videos, we have to count them in the statistics, and we're not doing that. And when we do that, we find, well, I'll tell you this, the plurality...
This dude is such a fucking NPC.
Of violence against Asians, number one, is not happening in rural America, and number two, is not being done by white people.
So is it black people that
Right, because rural America generally has lower populations, which means they're going to have lower crime rates. They also have a lot less diverse communities, which means you're going to see a lot less instances of cross-racial violence.
That are doing it? Like, is it the black and brown people who are doing it?
No, that's exactly
just inherently violent. Like,
I didn't say that. All I said
beat
was,
around it. Just
all I
say it.
said-
if it's not white
all
people
I
or
said-
Asian people.
all
Yeah, don't be a
all I
coward.
said- I didn't say anything about inherently violent. All I said is that if
Well,
it's
now you did.
If it's
no one accused you of that, and now
if
you did.
it's a white,
so like your bias is slipping out
It's
there.
clear you want to say it. You should
Can
just
anyone let
say
me
it.
talk here?
when it comes to Asian hate, the perpetrator is not a white supremacist in New York.
Correct. That's all I'm saying.
So that's the
all
problem.
that I'm saying.
Like, we don't want to blame one race for violence when that's actually not true.
Is it white people? Is it white people?
It is white people.
Also, would you like to know the predictor of violent crime? What the absolute most effective predictor for violent crime is? It's poverty. Would you like to know the group that most fits into the poverty lines more than any other? It's black people. It's not really all that hard.
These attacks
It
happening
is white
in
people.
rural-
I literally looked up statistics.
You do not have to be white to perpetuate white supremacy. No one's saying it's not hard to govern a heterogeneous society. But
Also, if you want to talk about anti-Asian rhetoric, anti-Asian rhetoric also comes from like white Republican politicians. If we're talking about like rhetoric.
We've banked on this myth of white adjacency more than this model minority myth of like, instead of aligning ourselves with the black community who've been fighting for racial justice and liberation, right, and acknowledging our own privilege and putting our bodies on the line to fight for these movements, instead we banked on white adjacency, and here we are still being pushed into
What
subways.
is, okay, first of all, what exactly is white adjacency? Is it working hard, having families?
Are those things?
But then number two, wait, let me finish my point.
Imagine thinking working hard and having families were traits of white people.
Are not being perpetrated by white people to blame white supremacy.
White supremacy as a construct is this idea like that the norm of American is whiteness.
Yes.
That whiteness is the default.
Standard.
That whiteness is the standard that we all ought to aspire to, and we
It's
deviate
not just
from
talking about KKK.
Yeah.
It's not talking about lynchings. It's about a mentality that we have
otherizing.
absorbed.
I'm gonna interrupt for a second. Yuling, what's going through your head right now?
Model minority myth, if I'm not wrong, I actually think that Asian Americans did create that first and foremost to push the notion that we are dangerous away. First to say that like, no, we belong here because I promise you we will not cause harm to you. And that has trickled down now into becoming almost a curse. Historically was used first to be like, we're not dangerous, we're American, we're American. But later on it has moved into this sort of weaponized term / almost like idea concept where we get to say like, oh, because we are model minority, like we're not like dangerous and we're not this. And I think about this a lot with class, like a lot of Asian women who are sex workers. Who are we actually taking into account when we think about model minority? And I think that that term really applies to a very specific amount, or that idea of what that looks like is very specific. Because when I think of the Asian Americans that I know, I don't think that they're worried about whether or not they look like model minority. I think they're just trying to survive.
Vish, I see you percolating over there. What's going through your brain?
I don't understand why everybody's so hurt about like being described as a model minority. For me, it's like, well, I want to be the best. I want to be the smartest. I want to be the toughest. The model minority thing, I've never thought about it because I'm too focused on trying to be a model American.
When I say the word stop,
The only real negative thing about, well, at least from an interpersonal level, the worst thing about the model minority myth is mainly because it's fitting you into a like it's fitting you into a box and an expectation that you don't really choose for yourself. I find it's mostly like, oh, we want you to be as good of a capitalist widget as you possibly can. That's like the worst thing about it.
Hate. What does it mean to you?
Scam.
I agree.
Why?
I see it as the same way as the BLM organization. It's just a cudgel meant to divide Americans on racialized language and racialized ideas that are not really congruent with reality. The Stop Asian Hate movement, makes a big fuss about white supremacy. So I find that to be a scam in a similar way that BLM makes a boogeyman out of cops and white people and white supremacy and all that. It's all the same language and all the same sort of ideas that are being used to divide Americans and basically put Asians
the problem I always have with this, which I like totally sympathize, and I've heard this from regular people, and it's like it's absolutely a thing that people are like, I just don't like people. I like people in the regular world will be like, I don't know, there's like always a million different things that are going on. There's like this or that group that's being oppressed by this or that, and I just don't see any of it. And like that mostly comes at the fault of these groups not communicating in a way that I think is going to reach a lot of these people. A lot of it I attribute to like activism speak, which, you know, I have a lot of respect for activists, but there is a certain amount of, I think, terminology and a certain amount of like way of communicating that activists generally sometimes kind of outpace like any regular person. It's like fair. I like if you sat down with this dude and explained everything, he'd probably be like, okay, now I get it. But if he doesn't have somebody in his life that's willing to do that, it's really hard to like get that nuance.
In fear of something that I personally do not think exists.
Who agrees with Vish?
No, I don't.
Raise your hands up high. Let's hear it. Why?
I mean, I agree with everything he says because they're basically weaponizing it and making us victims, but we're not victims. We have friends that are of different races. If you start to use the word hate, hate will continue. Hate is a very strong word.
So even when it's stop Asian hate, you're still like, wait, it has Asian hate in here, and we should not even consider it as a serious thing?
It's divisive.
Well, it's referring to murders, people getting attacked in broad daylight, elders getting bashed in the head. I fear for my mother-in-law going on walks. I ask her to make sure she's not walking around when it's getting dark. So it's very real. Getting murdered for being Asian is as hateful as it gets, is it not? Why are we afraid to just say out loud, let's stop Asian hate? It is happening in astronomical numbers. Studies have shown the increase. And where did it come from? Right after the COVID blast of people saying,
I'm glad she mentioned this. I was going to say there's a...
virus. There was a direct correlation to that Asian hate. It just didn't.
The same way after 9/11 and Americans basically found their anti-Muslim bone. After COVID, there was a certain section of Americans that found their anti-Asian bone on after Trump and others were trying to tie COVID to basically a racial and ethnic group.
It didn't come out of thin air, so it really minimizes our experiences when you say it doesn't exist.
Here's a radical idea. Okay, you guys ready?
Oh no.
So there's a lot of violence happening.
Here's a radical
a lot of it's against Asian
fascist
people.
idea.
A lot of it is happening in cities. Crazy idea,
Right.
I know. Then
He's gonna say he's gonna say guns. He's gonna say guns.
Maybe it's not a good idea to defund the police, neuter the police ability to have
Hasn't
any degree
happened.
of law and order in our streets.
Hasn't happened.
And maybe you wouldn't have so much violence happening against so many different types of vulnerable people. I mean, this is just the truth of the situation.
More cops, more cops, more cops, more cops.
It's also true
So
that
maybe that's true to an extent. What do you mean?
because it's also true that it's been climbing over the past year or two, whatever. That's also around the same time that we had all of these, anti-police movements. A lot of
But
it
it's also around the
translated
same
into policy.
time that Donald Trump was calling it the China virus, right?
Well, he's not calling it anymore, and it looks like this stuff is
I love that. I love that.
still happening. Problem with saying stop Asian hate and just saying stigma, whatever, is that it misses the real core of the problem. The real core of the problem is that there is lawlessness and mass violence and mass crime happening in cities. I think that the Stop Asian Hate movement comes from woke left-wing social movement to kind of make it into this argument of like...
This dude is such a fucking NPC. He's, oh my god, he's such a fucking NPC. Like, okay.
minorities being persecuted, when I don't think that's the core of the problem. I think the core of the problem is like, it's just dangerous in our cities.
Originally, when you ask what Stop Asian Hate means to you...
Okay, let's be clear. The only thing he's right about is that specifically in California, there is a, I believe it's like the DA of Los Angeles. I don't know about San Francisco specifically, but the DA of Los Angeles started kind of winding down the severe sentences for certain crimes, which has resulted in a uptick of violent crime because it's just not getting prosecuted, which is not good. But if you want to talk about like when we talk about like crime, you have to keep in mind that like crime is always going to be higher in cities because it's a higher concentration of humans, and when you have a higher concentration of humans, you're going to have a higher raw number of violence. It's really just a game of percentages.
The first word that popped in my mind was ignorance. It goes beyond more about.
Also, I could be wrong, but San Francisco, a lot of the crime in San Francisco is vagrant, is vagrantism, is like homelessness.
Because they're Asian, they're Japanese, they're Chinese. So that also is a version of hate. So like before we go too far into like the specifics of like crime, there was even just, you know, social injustices, and that is one of the things that I think that people might overlook.
You learn?
In regards to just the term Stop Asian Hate, the reason why I feel like it falls short is not because of the sentiment. I think that there is definitely prejudice and absolutely like hate against Asians in this country. But I think sometimes that we view that violence very like specific, like I'm gonna beat you up because you're Asian, and like that is the violence. And I think sometimes like on a larger scale, that violence also shows up in ways in which like housing, education, healthcare,
fucking base.
And so now let's move on to the main event, because a lot of what's behind.
Oh wait, we're not at the main event. Oh man.
Politics.
Oh
How many
man.
of you here would say that you're progressive or liberal? Raise of hands. And how many would say conservative or not progressive or liberal? Undecided? Okay. Are Asians
I feel like they should have done the like
American politics? Are they visible?
independent.
Do Asian Americans
Most people
have
are
political
independents.
power? Let's take visibility.
Not visible enough. But that is a consequence of the mentality towards politics for a lot of Asians.
Wait, but you can't. Whoa, wasn't this guy arguing that like you didn't need the like demographic categorization? Like, yeah, like if you understand, like, okay, we're just gonna let's just move on.
Participate in the system.
We know.
Nobody's gonna care what you have to say. Period. Which is why I've made it a point to participate in the system. You know, I don't go around saying, "Well, I'm Asian, that's why I deserve to be here." But just me being in the room,
You do deserve to be here.
Step above what's
Not because
kind
you're
of
Asian. You're
the
just
sort
that's
of
just
awareness,
incidental.
political awareness of specifically the Indian community, in my opinion. You know, that's been my experience. So I don't think that
I
they're
forget where this
visible
guy's
enough.
from now.
And
Damn it.
The reason they're not visible is because they don't participate and do the work behind it. Is my
engagement.
And why would that be? I wonder.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you on that in terms of, I think it's more than that, but I do agree as lack of engagement or, you know, claiming to be apolitical. I think when Kamala became vice president, there wasn't really that much support that I saw from the Asian community. And she's our first Asian American woman to be elected.
This is what happens when like you believe in when like your political movement is primarily, or at the very least like has a tendency to embrace identity politics but not embrace actual like diversity of opinion in terms of its political ideology. Kamala Harris has the politics of Hillary Clinton. It's why she's not interesting to Asians and Pacific Islanders. Like she's just not interesting. She speaks for none of the topics that they care about, none of their interests. She's milquetoast. She's not interesting at all.
Elected in such a high position of office.
Yeah.
So where is the support? Just because
She doesn't do
may not
anything.
look a
No, fuck
specific
that.
way.
No, fuck that. No, fuck that. Make her come to you. Don't give her support. Make her do some shit for you. Fuck that.
A South Asian person like Kamala Harris of mixed race become vice president of the United States. So
Yeah.
divisions within itself.
Yes. Like I did not see very many East Asians come out and be like, you know, Asian American representation. But I saw plenty of Black people come out and be like, Black representation.
Yeah.
You know? So there is definitely a lot of divisiveness.
Obama leans a lot heavier into his blackness than Kamala does.
Maybe Asians didn't feel represented by Kamala Harris. Maybe people just don't like Kamala Harris. Like she's
We agree.
one of the least popular vice presidents, I believe, in like recent history. I don't know if it's like an Asian exclusive thing. I just think a lot of people
Why don't
were
you
not
think
a fan.
why don't you think they like her?
She comes off as
'Cause she's
obnoxious
fucking
and pretentious,
cringe.
and they don't like her politics.
Can I piggyback off that? I think
Yeah,
Kamala
she's got
Harris
cringe
does not
politics.
get the love from the Asian community because she picks and chooses when she wants to be whatever her
God
identity is. When
damn
she's
it.
on TV, on camera.
He's
you
right.
know, I'm a Black woman. Blah,
He's
blah, blah,
right.
blah. But she
He's
only
right.
claims her Indian and Asian background when she's in the fundraisers with the rich Indians. She is
Not
doing
tonight,
it to
Gaines.
herself.
Thursday,
She's
Thursday
dividing her
maybe, but not tonight.
identity
I'm pretty much finishing up
playing
with this, and then I gotta
code
run.
Switching. I know AOC likes to use the word code switching. Code switching to the black community when she's on camera.
Well, yeah, it's 'cause
and
when
then
you code switch,
switching
yeah.
to the Asian community when she's raising money.
It's like
Don't
super
be
a thing.
surprised if you only come around when you're asking for a check, and then we're not in the streets, as hard as you would like us to be. But then again, you don't go on camera wearing a dot on your head and the jasmine in your hair, right? And wearing a sari. Show me a picture of Kamala.
Ah, damn.
Right? When was the last time? I've seen Justin Trudeau wearing Indian clothes before her. You know what I mean? So don't give me the nonsense, right? Like, it's her.
Real question, Gaines. What'd you get on that pizza? We talking pineapple? We talking pepperoni? Cheese? What are we talking? Sausage? Feta? Mushrooms? Anchovies? Maybe?
Her fault that Asians don't get
Cheese.
For her trying to win
Kosher.
over
Oh, yeah, that's
people,
right,
do
yeah.
you think that maybe as a choice
Cheese is
to not
kosher.
represent that to be more
Is all cheese kosher, or do you need to get cheese? Because isn't like kosher, it has to be like prepared a certain way, yeah? Like, is all cheese kosher? Or is it like their cheese is kosher? But yeah. I'm not doing it tomorrow just because Valentine's Day, but Thursday, yeah. We'll figure something out. Email me. We'll pick a time. But we have to do like a closed segment. Like we're gonna stick to a closed time period. Or at least I'm gonna attempt to. I always try to, but usually I like talking for too long and rambling.
relatable to the masses could be the reason why she acts the way that she acts. I don't know.
Are you saying Asians are not relatable to the American public?
Yes, to some, yeah.
Damn, my dude just went out there and said it, and he's not wrong. All dairy outside of things that come from abuse is kosher.
Standard American
Cool,
is
cool,
supposed
cool.
to be, and then all of a sudden, depending on the social climate, there is a lot of pressure on people to be a specific person. And so when you're someone in that light, trying to get support from different people, not even saying that she's right or wrong, I'm just saying that could possibly be a motive.
She did it to herself. If you just called yourself American, you wouldn't be in this mess.
I think-
But you switch the identity based on the need. And that is the problem.
It's disingenuous. He's not wrong.
Politically
And
expedient.
you kind of saw this when Biden shows her. She exists to basically appeal to like the woke diversity mob. Like, that's the truth. Biden said, I'm going to
Is that true? Is she? Because she's not popular with the left, who's the most, in this guy's terms, woke and diversity pilled. So is she? Is she, or is she just popular with donors? This is what happens when your critical political tool is broken. It's rather obvious. Kamala Harris does incredibly well with wealthy donors. It's why she's in the position she's in. Not because she's popular with black folks. She's popular with any of the, because she's not with any of these groups. Who she's popular with are wealthy donors. And, she's got the skin tone to kind of give Joe Biden a little bit of an excuse, or at the very least enough cover to not be, be as racist as he probably is slightly. Uncle Joe said some sketchy stuff on the back in the 60s and 70s.
And I just think that a lot of people outside of Ivy League educations find that stuff off-putting. In general America, a lot of people of all different colors are very off-put by her.
If we ever make AI with free will and consciousness, is it unethical to terminate it?
Black people, after off-put by a woman in leadership.
Is it unethical to terminate it? Let's see. AI. At the very least, under my moral and ethical framework, I would probably say, I'd probably say yeah. I'd probably say that's unethical. Yeah. Uncool. Certainly uncool.
I want to chime in here.
Apparently,
it's an interesting conversation.
Women of color and black women, even like
as we talked about.
It also doesn't help that I've been playing Cyberpunk, so like
let's get off the
thinking about that as well.
I want to hold on one point of yours, which is she's a token. That's what I heard from you.
Sure, I think Biden chose her absolutely as a token.
Yeah,
so I want to know
I'd
how
agree
you
with that.
respond to sort of what Vince was saying, that Kamala Harris effectively was a token pick because demographic boxes, and specifically an Asian American demographic box.
I feel like anytime a person of color gets chosen, we're looked at as a token, especially in
Sadly,
institutions.
yeah.
It's historical, like it's new to us, right? So in one sense, I think there's some truth to it. Even in our own communities, I think, is she a token? Like we second guess ourselves. You start to second guess, are you worth it? Because you're constantly being
Am I
questioned.
qualified?
Did you get here because you were diversity hire or, this is the existence that we live in right now. And so Kamala Harris is actually very representative of what we face. You can say token all day long, but you can't take that away.
People will scrutinize her. However, what about the other people, other 47 presidents who've definitely done their fair share? I'd say probably worse things.
Yes, absolutely.
Who are not nitpicked for what they are wearing or, maybe not fitting in enough because they already fit in.
Or for being white.
Well, yeah, that's misogyny.
Yet another white person.
That's just misogyny, yeah.
A lot of people don't agree with
Hillary Clinton gets that flack too.
And, I don't want to take her credentials away.
Yeah.
Because she earned it. She wasn't just a diversity pick. She was picked because she also
put in the work.
She also put in the
Okay, so here's the thing. Do I think Kamala Harris is qualified in terms of her quantitative attributes to be the president or vice president? Absolutely. If you're asking me, do I want Kamala Harris as president? No, because Kamala Harris doesn't have a vision for America. I don't want the person leading my country to just be oh yeah, they went through the proper channels or were a lawyer for a bit and did some other shit. I want people with a vision, with an ideology, with a desire to change the country and to mold it in a fashion that they think is best for the most amount of people. I want somebody to come in and be I want to create an egalitarian society or as close as we can get to one. Because that's why would you want somebody who's just I don't know, I just want to be president. The presidency is not about what you want and you just padding your resume, you just garnering a title. I want presidents and vice presidents who want to do things with their position, and Kamala Harris doesn't seem to be that interested in doing anything with her position. Just simply the fact that she is president seems like it's enough for her, and I don't know, that's just not that. It's not that commendable, honestly.
The work.
I'd like to hear from the women in the panel about the specifics that we're talking about, because not only is she the first Black and Asian American vice president, she's also the first woman of choice.
I disagree with Kamala's politics, I'll say it, but at the same time, she's representative of a woman, and I think we should give her some award for that.
Credit?
Credit, yes, that's the word that I was looking for. This is my point exactly with plain identity politics. Who cares if she's Black? Who cares if she's a woman? If she got there on her own merit, that's what's
Wait,
important.
then why do you want to give her credit for being a woman?
Her being a token
Okay.
so much. I
Normies.
think I'm more interested in, what will you do now that you're in office? Will things still change? Or is it
what would
optics?
that
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's great because obviously you do want the optics. You do hope, and you put a lot of that pressure on that person who you feel might represent you. If I wanted to talk really about representation, I'd be put somebody poor up there. I don't want anybody rich running the government.
Fuck
Sorry,
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just kind of
If we're talking about an actual representative American, get somebody who makes 40K, 50K a year.
Education and affirmative action. So I think a lot of our conversation, the rubber hits the road on this topic. And because plaintiffs challenging affirmative action rules, there are Asian Americans who are banding together to do that.
I think affirmative action is a scam. It's an excuse to make race-based hiring decisions. And I think that that's wrong. And I think that everything should be based on merit.
The students that are picked by affirmative action are top tier students.
Yeah.
They're not some D+ students that are getting picked just based on race. They already are performing at a very top level themselves and proven themselves to be picked.
Despite systemic barriers.
I think to a reasonable extent, you could say, okay, if someone grew up in total poverty and they didn't have the same opportunities, then you can lower the standard a little bit. What I would still say is I think...
Wait, so you mean reality? Okay, so we're talking about reality, where people grow up in wildly disparate, world, spawn points, basically. So okay, so reality, got it.
There has to be some proof still of capability. Right now, there's a left-wing movement to remove SAT and standardized testing. So, in my opinion,
yeah,
sure,
because
the SAT may not be a perfect test. I think it's decent.
We found that standardized testing is actually not very good.
What your teacher, how hard they grade, you pay them off, private school education. You know, like that's the environment where it's like totally even.
Sure.
No, it's not. Because if the test doesn't change okay, so basically setting the bar and being like, okay, the bar is set here for everybody, right? Like, you have to just jump over this bar right here, right? The level of your education, if you live in a good neighborhood, you might get this high. If you live in a better neighborhood, this high. If you live in an average neighborhood, this high. But guess what happens when your local school gets defunded and your teachers are either low quality or don't have the resources to teach you well? You're down here. You're down here. You're over here. Like, the SATs and other standardized tests do not take into the account the funding and the access to equal education that we don't have in this country. We can't have equal testing without equal educational, without equal access to education. Like, that's not, these two things, you need both of them to be equal, to be, like, to even make sense. Obviously, anybody who grows up in, I don't fucking know, rich neighborhood, in fucking, I don't know, give it somebody, what's a rich neighborhood? Okay. Cherry Creek is a rich neighborhood in the, like, Denver suburbs. If you grow up in Cherry Creek, going to Cherry Creek schools, you are almost certainly, there is almost no way you will do worse than somebody going to, like, Aurora Public Schools. Because Aurora Public Schools have been defunded and are usually not very well maintained. Mainly because of the way we fund schools through housing taxes. So if you live in a rich neighborhood and you have your housing taxes being the thing that funds your school, guess what? You're going to have a nice school. And if you live in a broke neighborhood, you're going to have a shitfuck school. So obviously, there's a bit of a discrepancy there. Like, you need to equalize educational access before you can say that a standardized test is a meaningful benchmark for educational acumen.
Or it's one way to measure intelligence, but that's also assuming that intelligence can only be assessed in one way. How do you compare someone who is just as smart?
Also, the test can't change, but for the SAT, if you can pay for prep, you will always do better than somebody who can't pay for prep. The thing that's determinative of your score is the prep, is the money. You can pay to win in the system.
Compare these people and say that one is more deserving.
So I think to level the playing
It's literally
field,
pay to
we need
win.
Improve our local schools. Not every school
Absolutely.
is the same. Like, if you're in a poor community, you don't have the best teachers.
You have, like, shit schools.
We want to hold all the teachers accountable for giving top grade education so everybody's leveled. And then it wouldn't matter.
Teachers have
which
almost
race
nothing
or
to do with this.
socioeconomic position that you're taking. I don't agree
We're talking
with,
on a
like,
macro
getting
scale.
rid of affirmative action altogether. I think it needs reform.
What about, like, legacy kids? I think that it's great to take into account, you know, the systems in power that have intentionally made sure that certain people, and specifically Black and brown people, cannot have access to education. I think that's a great way to try to level that playing field at the least. If a kid
we
can
don't
get
see
in,
a fuss being made about legacy kids ever. When do you ever hear about that?
Exactly, it's that, like, people get a lot more up in arms, I would say, when it's like, oh, well, so you just got in because of your, you know, race.
What do you think the future of Asian
Not wrong.
Americans in America and American politics is?
The paradigm we are going through now, especially with our relations with different ethnic groups and everything, I think that we are headed towards balkanization, and the future of America is starting to look like Bosnia. And so
Doesn't this dude live in, like, New York? Does he think New York looks like this?
At least what I've seen, a a lot more Asian Americans who are interested in politics, who are interested in bringing more representation and bringing more, saying like, we've had
Dude, the
enough.
younger generations are so so much more like
So, like, I think in terms of
diverse in terms of like
there will
opinion,
be
but
higher
also like
involvement of
who
Asian
they like
Americans, and
interact
also
with. There's
the
like
mere fact
the
that
whole
we
fear that it's
had
like,
Asian
oh, we're gonna
representation,
have balkanization, we're gonna have, it's like, no, dude, like talk to young kids. Young kids don't give a fuck about race. Most young kids are like, yeah, I grew up with like black and brown people and white people and everybody else getting along.
Representation does is it says, I'm allowed to do that because I see someone that looks like me do that.
Yeah.
And I think just exactly what you said is that, you know, with Black Lives Matter, Asian hate, we learned that if we work together as people of color,
Yes.
and that's where I think,
Yes.
that's what it means to me, is that we as a group working together get more done.
Yes.
And that if we support each other and we do this, we can get more of ourselves up there.
I think you will definitely see some people who actually move to the right because of that. How big will it be? I don't really know. Probably not as
Probably
big
on the
as
older
a lot of
side.
Republicans hope, but I think it will happen.
That's certainly
What do I think
true.
about the future, I'm gonna be hopeful because I think that oftentimes, like, we are characterized as just angry, right? And then our politics.
My dude in the screen flannel is a king.
Yeah. But our politic isn't rooted in love and isn't rooted in community, isn't rooted in hope, and I hope that it is, right? And so what I'm hopeful about is that we can sit here and name politicians who look like us and sound like us.
Yes.
And that wasn't the case when I was a kid. I didn't think that that was possible. So from where I'm sitting, like, I think the future of Asian American leadership looks like telling our own stories in community with other people who haven't had their stories told yet.
Just from seeing sort of the agitation within our own communities, I think just like with movements and like being tired of staying silent. I think that's part of going back to also that model minority myth of like, I'm gonna mind my business, I'm just gonna do my thing, and you guys just fight it out over there. You know, I think that like seeing the passion kind of jump out is very beautiful to witness. And so hopefully I think that the future, at least that I envision, is one where we can maybe see more humanity in each other. I think that as an Asian American, a lot of how I've viewed myself has been through a lens of self-hatred and shame. With the moment that we're in right now, even this conversation that we've been able to have, I think that the difference that I hopefully feel is that we're not gonna sit on the sidelines and be like, that's not my business. I think now we're ready to be like, that is my business, and I'm gonna be vocal about it. So I don't know what that looks like in the future, but I think that my hope is that it looks more like community care.
You know, white children in this country grew up with the mentality, I can be president one day. We didn't have that. and we're just now like, oh, could it be us? What I hear a lot in your reasons for being Republican or thinking the way you do is that you don't want to be seen as a victim. I hear that very loud and clear. And it's rooted in kind of that logic that pits you against yourself. That you constantly walk around with this idea, I'm not a victim. But it doesn't just end with you. We're
all victims of capitalism.
One of the things, even though we are not a monolith, a lot of our cultures can unite in the fact that we believe in community. And I know when people, you know, when we talk as passionately as we do, it sounds like we're complaining to some people, but we have seen progress and we know it's possible. So yes, we are hopeful that our children can even have it better than us.
To your point, you said, you know, you feel like in some situations I'm pitted against myself.
Next stream? What about next stream?
100% right. I am my #1 competition, and I'm going to win because I am the representation.
I don't doubt that you're gonna win.
The conversation about representation, I got to see somebody who looks like me in order for me to believe. No, I am that guy. I am going to put.
Thursday, 7 o'clock Mountain Time.
I'm going to be that representation. I'm that representation every day.
Guess what, guys? We were all that representation today. So thank you.
I don't know about all that.
For the passionate responses. You're gonna get a bunch of us in the room together. We're not gonna agree. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
Jesus. Okay. Well, that was fun. That was nice. Yeah. Daily Wire boys. Not shocked that they just lied to me. That dude got blown the fuck out. Okay. Well. All right. Cool. Well, that's been fun. Had a good time. Anyway. Let me get in my position here. Okay. So. Super Bowl had fried ketchup, buffalo wings, ranch chips, and spicy queso. Solid. I didn't watch any of the Super Bowl, mainly because I'm un-American in that way. Anyway, Thank you for watching. If you're here, if you're just hanging out kind of at the end here, or maybe if you were here the entire time, you've just been lurking, you know, you should totally hit that follow button if you're on Twitch, and definitely if you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. You know, there's always fun things going on and whatnot. It would also just make me, it would make me happy. You know, it'd make me happy. I think it would make you happy. You know, but also, you know, speaking seriously, you know, it helps me do these a little bit more often. I do these 3 times a week, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday at 7 p.m. Mountain Time, except for this week, it'll only be Monday and Thursday. But otherwise, I don't think I have any programming notes, again, besides we'll not be having a stream tomorrow. We'll be doing it Thursday. Otherwise, oh, wait. Will we be doing Thursday? Ooh, we'll see. I just realized we have a thing. Well, you will figure it out. Most likely Thursday's gonna happen no matter what. Anyway. Do I have anything else? I don't think so. Either way, do the stuff that I mentioned with the whole, you know, subscribe and follow stuff, and then I don't know, go have a nice rest of your night or whatever, you know. Go do the thing that makes you happiest at like whatever time it is where you are. But either way, I will see you all on Thursday probably, but now that I think about it, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm like 70% sure. But either way, you all have a nice night. I will see you all whenever I see you all. Probably Thursday. Just can't promise it. Don't hold me to that. There's a chance I'm just saying.